Education is the bedrock of every society, and to spur innovative mindsets in people, government needs to provide the proper policy framework that will lead to a sustainable future economy. Gathered here today are industry leaders, captains from various sectors at Digivation Future Summit and Award 2024. My name is Hannah Eja, reporting for Digivation Network.
Learn from experts in the field who have gathered over a number of years in experience in innovating and providing solutions for Nigeria and the different industries that exist in Nigeria. It's also an opportunity to network, grow your network and try to understand the Nigeria and the different industries from the perspectives and the eyes and viewpoints from other people, and also grow based on my network and based on what we have learned here. So I believe that the event is going to be a really good one based on the people that we are seeing here.
When we're talking about innovation in Nigeria, one of the beautiful things we've seen over the years is that we have a lot of smart people with great ideas, and with some of the investments that have come into the country, we've been able to see beautiful products that have solved challenges, like you see the likes of MoneyPoint, Digivation, Paystack and the likes, especially in technology and agri-tech, even some edu-tech as well. But there are just so many issues and challenges to solve, and I think that one of the things that we definitely need is funding. And with the Startup Act, I'm hoping that we would see a lot more startups succeed in this very difficult climate. Like many people would say, when there are challenges, there are opportunities for success.
Nigeria is currently faced with a bit of challenge in many areas. What we are experiencing today in Nigeria is as a result of what we have not done in the past years as a people. So we're at a point where what we have neglected is actually staring us in the face negatively. So a little bit of innovative thinking could take us to where we really want to be. So governments and the people must appreciate the essence of innovation to move Nigeria away from the doldrums that it is now.
I look forward to getting insights into new technologies and how we can impact people, contribute to the development of our country, and make it a worthwhile event. Yeah, and it's been quite good.
Good morning, a very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the future. Yes, the future, they say, starts today. And according to Abraham Lincoln, the best thing about the future is that it comes one day at a time. And today is another day and time, and the time is now. At the 2024 edition of the Digivation Future Summit and Awards, as it bets this minute. This summit, as we all know over the years, has been a platform that brings together African thought leaders in academia, technology, media, content creators, ICT, MDAs, policymakers, and the political class to discuss issues reshaping today and the future economies. And of course, today's theme is anchored on governance, people, innovation, and the future economy. Louisa Olani is my name, and it's my utmost pleasure and honor to be doing this today. Please, I want you to please appreciate yourselves for taking out time to be here as always and to support the Digivation TV brand. Can you please appreciate yourselves? Thank you very much for coming. Without any further ado, I know and I promised to start at 10:30 a.m. and this we're starting now. Most of our speakers are seated already. We want to appreciate in a very special way those that took out time to be here early enough. And we know the situation of the country, the food and everything. I don't want to start going about how we got here, but yes, we're here and the program starts now. Digivation has been doing the most in ensuring and projecting the future. And we want to say a very big thank you to all of the partners that have made this possible year in, year out. Today promises to be interesting, and I hope and trust that all the arrays of speakers will be doing justice to the topic before us. Without wasting much of our time, I would just want you to give an applause as I appreciate and recognize our speakers and guests, and have come all the way to ensure that today's session goes smoothly. Just give me something, just a round of applause as I call them to come up to the table. Please join me to make welcome the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, Engineer Abdullahi Sule. He is the Director of Strategic Communications and Event Management, Nasarawa State, Mr. Yakubu Lamai. A round of applause for him, please. It's a pleasure seeing you again today, sir. Thank you very much. We also have in our midst this beautiful morning the DG NIMSI, Engineer Bisoye Koka Odushote, ably represented by the Director of Procurement, Princess Dr. Nkoyo Iwok. A round of applause for her, please. Please, can the ushers do us the honors of bringing them to the front table? Ushers, please. Thank you very much. Also in our midst this morning is the Comptroller General of Customs, Mr. B.A. Adeniyi, ably represented by Osamwonyi Uzamare. Please, I hope I got that right. A round of applause for the representative. Thank you very much. Also this morning, we have FIRO fully represented. That's the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, Dr. Jumai Adamaru Tutuwa, ably represented this morning by Dr. Timothy Ajayi. Let's appreciate him. Thank you very much, sir. Sitting pretty, I've been admiring her since I came in, is none other than the MD Sciential Partners, Dr. Helen Emore. Please, let's appreciate her. I was eavesdropping when you said, we started channels together with, and I said, yes, she's a veteran in the communication industry, and we look forward, we look up to you. We want to be like you when we grow up. Please help me donate another round of applause for my Oga at the top. Thank you very much, ma'am. Also in our midst is the Director, Enterprise Development Center, Dr. Nneka Okiakeru. A round of applause for her, please. We were watching a very beautiful documentary there, reminding us of how the future of Nigeria's cultural policy is sacrosanct. And there speaking was the delectable Otumba Biodun Ajiboye, Executive Secretary, National Institute of Cultural Orientation. A round of applause for him, please. Can the ushers? Oh, thank you very much, sir. You can see he's walking the talk and looking cultural himself. Thank you very much, sir, for taking our time to be here today. A tiny bit also told me that one of our keynote speaker, Chief Professor Mike Ozekome, SANOFR, is around. Please, can the ushers help usher him as soon as he comes? Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Also, the man that, the reason why we're gathered here this morning, he'll be talking to us very soon. But let's please give it up for a veteran in the ICT television industry, Dr. Bayero Agabi, a fellow NCS, fellow Institute of Information Management. I can go on and on. My Oga at the top. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you very much. We have the team of NASATEM here. Dr. Olushola Odusonya, Director General and CEO, National Center for Technology Management, NASATEM. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Can you, ushers, please bring her to the front seat? Thank you very much. God bless you. I want to believe as soon as I get more names, I would go through the recognitions. Please pardon me if I've not done that at this point. As the name comes in, I'll do justice to that. Before we stand up for the national anthem, we're talking about, the Digivation Future, having to bring us up all here, year in, year out, to talk about things that can affect us in the future, having to bring in veterans and leaders to dissect certain topics and all of that. And I was asking myself, if I have the power to change something in the future in Nigeria, it would be something, anything that would just put a stop to fuel scarcity. How many of you agree with me? Things are so expensive these days. Transportation is so expensive these days that even what goes around does not have transportation to come around. It is that bad. But it is well. And we continue to push on. I'm looking forward to all of the thought-provoking conversations that's going to be happening here today. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, can we be on our feet as we kickstart today's program with the Nigeria's national anthem? Behind the scene, Dr. Bayer was telling me that he can beat his chest to say he'll be the only one that can recite it. Can we shock him this morning? So please be on your feet. The technical guys, please cue us in.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace, all back to honor it, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant these our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Don't sit down yet. That was wonderful. Please, I need you to sit down if you feel that national anthem resonates with you. If it's as beautiful as it was sung, please sit down. We all agree that. I was wondering, is that my country? Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you very much for that. And I could see the representative of the executive governor of Nasarawa State singing it with all his passion. Bairo, you fell my hand. Let me say it in street parlance. I thought you were going to, wrap up all of that, but it's all good. We're still learning it, and we're still going to get used to it day in, day out. Be it the old or the new, Nigeria is a great country, and we're all proud Nigerians. If you're a proud Nigerian, please give yourselves a round of applause. Okay, before I call up the convener for today to give us his opening address, could you please do me a favor to welcome someone close to you? Just 60 seconds or 30 seconds of saying hi to someone close to you. Ask questions. Admire the person's heart, the person's glasses. Ask what's up, how you doing? Where did you get fuel? How much did you buy? I bought for 1,001. Anybody that bought for 600, let's arrest the person. Because it almost seems impossible. And I always like to do this, please. I need you to know who's seated close to you. Be your neighbor's keeper. So in case your neighbor is missing, we can hold you responsible. So your right and your left know who's sitting close to you. Say hi, and then, of course, let's get this rolling. Thank you very much for doing that. At this point, I'm going to be inviting the convener of today's event, Dr. Bayeru Agabi, fellow NCS, fellow Institute of Information Management, founder at Digivation TV, largest Nigeria's TV network that has been doing this for years and still continue. Multiple award-winning TV host, entrepreneur. I can go on and on and on. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Dr. Bayeru Agabi for his welcome address. Thank you very much. Please, let's keep clapping. Let's encourage him as he comes. I always tell him that I want to be like him when I grow up, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Louisa, for for what you've done so far. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and the media. Please let me use the popular cliche to just say, all protocols duly observed. I still may, let me still recognize the governor of Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule. Thank you for coming. I still like to welcome my big guy in the industry, those who put us through in those TTAs. Chief Biodu Ajiboye is the Executive Secretary of NICO. And I'm elated, see, you don't know I'm your friend on TikTok because you do quite a lot on TikTok, maybe if you stand up, a lot of people may see you. He's a man of many parts now because I never knew that part of him until I saw him on TikTok. He was doing Don Williams and all of that. Yeah, it's good to see you. So, let me thank everyone from the Nigeria Customs to everyone here. I'm really blessed. I feel blessed, seeing all of you. Mr. T. Makao just walking in. Thank you very much and welcome. From Firo, you're welcome. And my colleague of many, 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 many years, my senior colleague. When Channels was a studio, when we started Channels, she's the keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Helen Amore. Thank you for coming. Quite a number of people. Please, if I forget to mention your name, I am sorry. Thank you very much. My name is Bayero Agabi. Like we always say, that the sub-Saharan Africa is facing critical challenges for digital development, including all that developed, and underconnected digital infrastructure, lack of accessible and affordable connectivity, a stumbled digital gap, limited skills, and digital-enabled industries, and adequate regulatory and policy environment. Part of tackling these issues is why we are here. Digivation Future Summit is a multi-sectorial event bringing together people from diverse backgrounds and to discuss issues reshaping today and future economies. Speakers are drawn from political governance, business, and technology space. DFS, as we call it, is the region's most influential business, governance, and technology event where new roads are discussed, pathways charted. The event is anchored on 3 major areas, that is governance, innovation, and people. If you like, you can call it the future economy. It is also a platform to articulate issues about the millennials, a future generation, with a mind towards building a better tomorrow. The focus will be addressed through these areas. That is enterprise, governance, policy, technology, and innovation. This edition of the event will dwell on social economic ecosystem in a society driven by digital mind and innovative enterprise and technology. So to achieve its aim, we try to bring together on this platform thought leaders in academia, technology, media content creators, and the political class to discuss how we can benefit and engage the unfolding future. Just as we begin to wind down, let me also announce that the event will also feature Africa's premier and most iconic enterprise and digital award. That is the award component of the event. So the award is for deserving individuals, organizations, and initiatives driving Africa's development and inspiring the future, both in the public and private sector of our lives. The Digivation Global Network is the parent company, organizers of this event. It has organized events across Africa, the Middle East, and also partnered, major events in Europe and America. Digivation also organizes the Nigeria Women Digital Conference, which is a program for women and girls to take their place in the digital revolution. Before I go, I'd like to draw attention to this issue. Controversial as it may seem, I like to still state it. I like to draw attention to what I call social media influence on Nigeria and whether or not it should be moderated or regulated. So far, we have all seen the impact and effect social media is having on our society today as a people. It has become a platform, yes, to help Africa to demystify its dark continent narrative, empowering thousands through its economics, creating jobs for many and opening many to the world. Despite these huge advantages, we must not close our eyes to the ills of social media, which many may say is capable of overshadowing its good. This, many suggest, should be managed to avoid the loss of a generation guided by no culture. On the negative side, social media has proven to be the best when it comes to time wasting, creating antisocial generations and negatively influencing Africa culture. Check on your social media space today, you will find X-rated materials becoming a culture or a way to go than educational materials. On this states, it's time for Nigerians to moderate her presence on the social media space. If not, the social media will begin to regulate Nigerians. At this point, just before I go, I'd like to challenge our speakers to touch on the best ways to dominate the future by letting us know what we should do today. At this point, let me thank everyone for being here. I'm really elated, having all of you here. Thank you very much for coming, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am Bayero Agabi. Thank you.
I think he deserves a better round of applause. Need I tell you that Dr. Bayero Agabi is one of Africa's leading ICT broadcast journalists and remains the only African journalist to have won the prestigious UNECA and IC Award twice for Best African ICT Reporting, Research and Local Content. Please, he deserves a better round of applause. Well, they'll tell you no matter how bad something is, there's always a good and a bad side. And for the social media or the internet or the web, it has come to stay. All we need to do as individuals, as veterans, is to chart way forward as to how it can be beneficial to us. While he was talking, even before then, I don't know, I was actually looking at a Nollywood veteran sitting close to him, and I was wondering, could he be the one? I mean, please join me to give a round of applause to Chief Yemi Sholade, Nollywood veteran. You're welcome, sir. Sir, you don't grow old at all. That's why you are confusing me. You are the future. Thank you for coming, and thank you for all you do. Also, please join me to appreciate the presence of Dr. Mrs. Maki, the DMD CEO, Express Payment. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much. Representing our keynote speaker today, Chief Professor Mike Ozekome, is Barrister Oshilama Ozekome, the head of the chamber. A round of applause to him, please. Thank you very much. Like we said, time is fast spent and we're going to move as fast as possible. We will be listening to remarks from our very distinguished guests at today's event. And the very first will be coming from the representative of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State. Please join me to welcome to the podium Director of Strategy Communications, Mr. Yakubu Lamai. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes. Bringing us warm greetings from Nasarawa State. Please, let's appreciate him.
The convener of Digivation Awards, my brother in the arts, and actually I studied filmmaking as well. So for me, it was really very lucky for me that I got to sit beside someone that reminds me that actually, even being in politics, you can, get thrown into the spotlight. I studied theater arts, and then for one of my master's degrees, I studied film production in the US, but I did like 5 years of studying it. So whenever I sit beside a Nollywood icon, I say to myself, those of us who studied it are actually doing something right. Although I'm not practicing, at least I'm sitting close to him, and I'm getting still a bit of the whiff of the wisdom. Anyway, distinguished personalities, it's truly an honor and privilege to be here. On behalf of my principal, His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Suli, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State. He is the chairman of the North Central Governors Forum. But essentially, before even being a governor, he is a Lagos boy. He is the immediate past group managing director of Dangote Sugar. So he's used to the crazy traffic of Lagos. He's a very Lagos person. I tried as much as I could to see if I can actually make myself very Lagos-like by wearing babariga, but in the north, you would actually wear something which is an open, shoe. But I wore this one. I hope it is still, if it is still in fashion, that is. You know how Lagos is. You guys, you're very eclectic. And when we watch from the north and we see Lagos, you get a lot of, fashion tips. When I saw Louisa, I said to myself, I've seen a few things that I can suggest to my wife when I go back. And of course, our guest speaker, even from, the channel's days, I saw the hair and I said to myself, this lady, just like when you watch the movie Forrest Gump, this lady knows where to go. The world, this is where it's going. I'd go and tell my wife, why, you see, this is why we look this way, and you ladies complain on the other side. I mean, wear something like this. Because my eyes kept... Okay. This is not all part of what Governor Sule said I should say. I better say the disclaimer now before... Because he called me and said, are you there? I said, I'm there. I'm actually 10 minutes away from the venue. Before I convey his goodwill, being somebody who has been honed in the arts, I would like to commend. I told Dr. Agabi that when he was speaking, I took a few notes, especially the last part of what he said about the social media. Now, we all live today in a world of information chatter. You're bamboozled. You're bombarded by very countless competing messages from different sources. Everyone is a citizen journalist. You take your phone and you land on TikTok. It's Instagram and you're instantly global. There's Facebook, and you can actually just put your camera and you're right talking to the entire world. Fantastic, fantastic, technology, so to speak. Now we're having to deal with artificial intelligence and robotics. And for those of us who are managing politicians, we shape their image. what we're looking towards in 2027 would not just be to counter weaponized propaganda. No, because your principal might just be sitting and somebody would take his voice and use AI to actually show that he said what he did not say. We are living in very dangerous times. Now, Dr. Agabi said, if we don't even moderate the presence of Nigerians on the social media and on the internet, it will be the other way around. What I believe is, take for instance Nigeria, where over 400 or 500 ethnic nationalities. It's a rainbow of communities. I read a book a long time ago when I was in school in the US. It was titled The Age of Access, which said so much about the internet before it became so strong. The Age of Access. Now, and in the book, they said that when the internet finally grabs hold of us, what would be on sale will be slices of our lives. You just take a little bit of your life and you put it and you monetize it, or you commoditize it and you sell it. So you see how the trend of reality television and the Kardashians have become so ingrained into our national psyche. And when you begin to watch BB Niger, where people would actually watch and actually just even watch somebody who is sleeping, and it's 24 hours non-stop, digit by digit, second by second, you know what has been said before. First it started with colonialism, then neo-colonialism, then imperialism, then you're talking to subliminal masking, then there's a corrosive, systematic corrosion of cultural memory. I recently watched the movie Jagun Jagun, and I was like, this is it. This is where we're supposed to go. You're telling stories, because if you speak an English language eloquently, grandiloquently, maxiloquently, how much oratory you do, if I'm going to speak like this on Valentine's Day, then obviously what I'll do with my wife is I have to get her flowers and perfume, because my brain will be thinking in English. And the romantic way of being an Englishman, and when you speak in English, is to think English and act English. And it translates into candlelit dinner, a card that helps to pay their bills from abroad, and the perfume that goes with it, and even a fake rose flower, a petal. And then I would maybe end up going to sing some of the songs of Lionel Richie, or in this age, no, I think it's not Lionel Richie now. There are other newer artists nowadays. Johnny Drill. Oh, Davido, well, they are on. I think the money is supposedly coming back to Nigeria. But essentially, therefore, what Dr. Agabi is saying is something we as a country should take very seriously. There are short movies now that I watch. My dear brother, some of these small short movies that you see now, that just pop up on your phone, whether you want to watch them or not. It's like they go somewhere and have a unique meeting. Or maybe their minds has actually been choreographed in such a way that they deal with almost the same variation of the themes. Now, recently, the themes are, it began with a poor guy meets a rich girl, and then, they have a love affair. Or that it goes to the rich woman who is at home now has something to do with her houseboy who is handsome. Usually well-built, well-muscled young men are the ones that are quote-unquote the chefs in the house. Or then you dabble on to every subject, from incest to sodomy to, whatever it is, in the parlance, the Western parlance of freedom. We just throw it all around and we say, this is the age of access, the social media, just do everything you can do. And when you tell them to go and learn from Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, or move through what Kunle Afolayan has done, or come to Jagun Jagun, they will think that you're actually telling them that culture means just going back to not being Oyibo. And when Oyibo people are so, envious of us because of the richness of our culture, because of our identity, because we're rooted in who we are. So I think that the internet, therefore, at the end of the day, is beginning to become a very dangerous tool, and something that indeed, like Dr. Agabi has said, it's either we moderate our stories or we find a way of making sure that our culture is not corroded and eroded by the internet, but that, of course, what we put out there is such that our children can actually learn their history, their being, and their identity. And I think it is very critical and crucial that our guest speakers, our keynote speakers, come to address this particular fact. And this is just my personal view. On behalf of His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, from Nasarawa State, which is like Ogun State to Lagos, which is like Maryland to Washington, D.C., which is like New Jersey to New York. We bring for you warm tidings and greetings from our people, the very good people of Nasarawa State, and to also say what His Excellency has been doing using Digivation, using ICT, is to make sure that we transform what we have, and he's been able to successfully do it in the last 5 years. From a state that he met that was a very poor agrarian civil service state to a state that has astronomically moved to become one of the third most competitive states in this country and the new investment frontier of the country. And we're competing as much as we can with the FCT. And we're very proud that it's the ICT, Digivation is our leaning post, is our lintel, and we've been working together. And so wherever Digivation TV calls us, we're always here because they've been supporting the socioeconomic growth of our people. So please have a wonderful event. We would learn from it. We would, if we're lucky, even take an award from here. But again, we're encouraged that indeed you can actually use ICT to propel the development of your states like we're actually doing in Nasarawa State. So thank you for inviting us, and thank you for this session, and congratulations, Dr. Agabi and the Digivation team.
Just before you go, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, should you just step aside?
Okay.
He came in and gave Lagos all of the accolades. Please join me so that we can maybe
look at the shoes.
I don't want to, apart from the shoes.
Okay.
How many of you noticed how he pronounced Jagun Jagun? Let us teach him how it is pronounced.
Oh. Jagun Jagun.
Say it again.
Jagun Jagun.
Like the name implies, you are fighting.
Jagun Jagun.
He's so soft-spoken.
See, I studied theater art, so don't forget.
Okay, one last thing.
Yes.
If you had to become a Nollywood actor or maybe Hollywood, which of the roles would you be? Which would you want to take up right now?
You know, the lead actor of Jagun Jagun, so I can pronounce it properly, is the son of the very veteran actor. And what I kept looking for was who is acting that role. When you peeled off the makeup and the costume, it reminds me of a school of thought in theater arts. There's the Stanislavskian school of thought in acting, where you immerse yourself in your character. You take up a character role that when you take it out of you, it takes you months for even your wife to recognize you. That is why I don't believe in what Nollywood does. They give you a role in 1 week and say, climb the stage and speak from the top of your head. Because it's not everybody that expresses anger by shouting. You have to internalize the role, and you have to bring it out, exhume it in such a way that you're the character. So if you're going to give me a role, give me like that kind of a role. You will not even see this person that is here. You will see Jagun Jagun.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to him, please. Reminds me of how couples insult themselves in Z World. You hear someone saying, "You're crazy, my love." Who does that? Please, a round of applause for the Director, Strategic Communications and Event Management, Nasarawa State, Mr. Yakubu Lamai. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. And we welcome once again to Lagos, the Center of Excellence and the State of Aquatic Splendor. Yes, we're going to follow that spirit and that vigor. And the next to give us goodwill will be the DG NIMSI, Engineer Bisoye Koka Ojushote, able represented by the Director of Procurement, Princess Dr. Nkoyo Iwok. Can we appreciate her as she comes on stage? While she's coming, please help me give a warm applause to Dr. Nira Oyekale, Kami Technology and Consult Limited. Please let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much for coming.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. The DG NIMSI is delighted to be part of this program, the part of the summit. She sends her warm regards and also apologizes for not being able to be here physically due to some exigencies that took her away. On behalf of the DG NIMSI, I would like to let you know that she's passionate about people, she's passionate about innovation, and she's a futuristic leader. Since she assumed office in NIMSI, she has brought in a lot of innovations, and we can see the self-service app which we are using, which is helping a lot of people not to join the queues all over the country, and it has reduced the crowd in NIMSI coming for enrollment. She's a leader that needs people to be innovative. She came into NIMSI and she made all the directors to start coming out with ideas on how to move forward and how the country will benefit from the roles that has been assigned to NIMSI. The convener of this program is a longtime friend of NIMSI, and we'd like to thank you for bringing up this summit. It's a very important summit in this day and time of our nation. Leaders need to learn and know how to carry people along. It's very important. When we make policies, we need to be sure that the people understand and are being able to run with us with the policies. Innovations are very vital in our country because the world is moving forward and a lot of things are coming up. So we need leaders that are innovative and futuristic. On behalf of the DG, I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate the convener of this summit and award, and to also ensure to tell you that NIMSI is behind you and will always be there. Thank you for bringing everyone together. Thank you for this program. I welcome everyone once again. I say congratulations to the award recipients, and I wish you all a fruitful and impactful summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's always a delight to see women doing amazing in their field. Please do extend our warm greetings to her when you get back. Please let's appreciate NIMSI once again. They're actually doing a very great job revamping that sector. Up next on our goodwill lineup is the Executive Secretary, National Institute of Cultural Orientation, Otumba Abiodun Ajiboye. Please can we appreciate him as he comes? I think we agreed to be generous with our applause. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Nigeria. As they say, I rest on existing protocol. I'm not a very formal person, but I like to discuss with my people. And Providence has a way of making things happen. That I find myself defending culture today is some miracle to me. And I keep wondering who ever thought that I should be put in charge of culture. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here today because I am determined to honor Bayero. I remember some 25, 26 years ago, I was a much younger person. And then I had started my advertising agency, maybe about 27 years. And he came around, and I said, that's interesting. And we kept, dealing. And he kept growing until he became a doctor. Today he's called Dr. Bayero Agabi. I congratulate you. My people, we need to recalibrate, and we need to understand the roles of culture in our life. We equally need to begin to appreciate the defect and the effect of foreign culture and colonization or colonialism in our lives. It has driven us to the point that we are. It's amazing to understand, or it's shocking to know that 90% of our laws in this country are predicated on British tradition. And our people just couldn't understand, and they couldn't just comply. And that has become a major problem that we have been dealing with for almost a century. And if we do not recalibrate, we continue to deal with it until it puts us 2,500 feet below sea level. May God forbid. What am I saying? I am saying that culture is what makes people. Nobody can be anybody without appreciating his culture. When the British took over, or when they got to understand Christianity, they saw Christianity as some difficult thing to do, and they said, okay, no problem, let us find a way of making Christianity to suit our purpose. And they came up with King James Version of the Bible, if you know what I'm saying. When Christianity came to Nigeria, it was a question of, okay, one man, one wife. That was not what we were used to as our culture, and they started the African church. With the African church, you can go to church with 2 wives or 3 wives, as you like. So, what am I saying? Culture evolves, and there is nothing like what culture you belong to or what culture belongs to you, and except you begin to understand and reverse and appreciate that a man becomes a man when his culture becomes predominant. I'll tell you something about myself. I was given an English name, and at 16 or 17, I said, no, I don't even know why anybody should give me a foreign name. Somebody asked me, when I was about to write school set, the meaning of that English name. And I had to go to the Bible or dictionary to now search and search and search for the meaning of the name. From that point, I knew something was not right. And I abolished the name totally. I expunged it totally from my names. And when I started to have children, I refused to give them any foreign names because it doesn't make sense. So therefore, the first thing to do for us to be great as a people is to first of all appreciate our culture. I haven't worn a shirt or tie or suit in 30 years or 27 years. Because I don't see why I must dress like somebody else. Even if you say my indigenous and aboriginal belief system is bad, let me reform it by myself. You shouldn't take a foreigner to tell me that my house is smelly. So therefore, we have to come to a point where we must talk to ourselves as a people. And even the bad governance we talk about is as a result of bad and wrong culture we imbibed. Oyo Empire was a country, and Oyo Empire ran successfully. We were having children and delivering children and having child delivery. We were having headache, we were sick, we were helping ourselves medically before the white men came. How did we do it? As a young boy, if you had fever, they just put some herbs in hot water. You drink for a couple of days and you get well. There was no Panadol. There was no Fensic. So how did we survive? This is the point we need to get to from this moment. The man that has become the president of Nigeria didn't drop from the sky. He's part of us. The policeman you claim is corrupt didn't drop from the sky. If a policeman is corrupt, it means Nigeria is corrupt. Simple. So, I spoke at an event with the Chinese people, and I made them understand that the Chinese didn't care about foreign culture. They stuck to their guns, they made mistakes, and they got better. For 30 years, they closed their border. 30 years. They made their shoes, they made their glasses, they made their clothes, and they retained their language. And today, Chinese is one of the greatest nations in the world. Can't you see? This is where the issues actually are. I actually thought I was going to speak with a lot of, and I had speeches prepared until somebody came to me and said, can I read my speech? If I can't read it, just use it for post-medial, you know. But the point even in that speech is still very simple. We can stop the incursion and the insurgency on the internet on our people. If we do not stop it, we're going to sink at some point. No way. A child is born, and I want to tell you that today that a man is first of all a product of his culture before being a product of a nation. A man is a citizen of his culture before he becomes a citizen of a nation. A 2-year-old boy, you start to deal with him and say, "What jeng?" Because culture has about 5 elements: language, cuisine, dressing, and so on and so forth. So you say to a 2-year-old boy, "What jeng? What washo? What losibi?" At that point, he doesn't even know what country he belongs. When he starts to get to school and they say, "You are in Nigeria, and this is Nigeria, and you are a Nigerian," and they begin to teach him what they call nationalism, patriotism, and all of that. Otherwise, you will just grow along that cultural understanding. So what I'm saying, in essence, is that culture is everything. The way we think, the way we reason, the way we believe, the way we behave is our culture. So what I consider the nexus of development is actually cultural renaissance. And I had an organization called National Institute for Cultural Orientation. I've been there for 7 months now, and we have taken some bold steps. We created a monotechnic called Nigerian Academy for Cultural Studies. And we have a department, we plan to have a department called Cultural Technology. What do we want to achieve with cultural technology? Most of the things we use can be made locally. There is nothing in this hall that is not available in Nigeria. What has killed us is our laziness and inability to think deeply. Maybe I call it leadership laziness, maybe. Because I was speaking to a senior citizen day before yesterday, and I said, how did we get here? And he said to me, just like every country with petrodollar, they are lazy. They believe the money from petrol can do everything and do anything, and they refuse to innovate. Our own petrol is drying up now, and we are facing the reality of the time. Why do we have to be buying dollar for 1,600? Because we are not productive as a nation. How do we want to get productive? Why do we spend 25 billion US dollars on human hair? What's so called? It's just things made from skin of goat, hair of sheep, hair of all of that are in abundance here. So what we plan to do with cultural technology is to look in our environment, take the things we have cheaply, bamboo, palm front, palm tree, all of that. Get China to give us the technology, and we turn it into things we can use daily without having to import. Why do we have to import toothpick? Why? So, and it doesn't have to be the president or the senator. It has to be us, me and you. We need to start something. Why won't we be able to feed ourselves when it is easy for you to grow yam in your home and eat? And we're now going to be buying yam for 5,000, 3,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem of Nigeria is our individual problems and our culture, our loss of cultural value. Everything that's gone wrong with our country, from insurgency to kidnapping to corruption, is because this country had lost its cultural value. As a young boy, you won't look at your elder eyeball to eyeball. And the essence of that is that when you see somebody older, you believe he has better wisdom, you believe he has better experience, and you submit yourself under his leadership. That's the essence of Yoruba man going down to greet an elder, nothing else. So if you now juxtapose that into politics and governance, you can then see that our culture is dominantly a culture of respect. What did the Chinese do? They formed their national policies based on their culture. Their technology emerged based on their culture. Japan. And we're a country of 230 million people. We shouldn't sink. If we sink, West Africa may sink. So, the renaissance should start from everyone in this hall. It's not about governor or president or senator. I was on TV a couple of days ago when they were doing that riot. And I said to them, Nigeria should not be taken over by faceless people. Anybody who means to say anything, it doesn't matter how bad what you intend to say. Let them know that you are bold enough to say it and this is you. So if you organize a protest and it turns violent, then we should hold you responsible. And that's all. There's nothing wrong with protest. Protest is naturally allowed, but we must be responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to let us know today the importance of culture. It's the reason why I'm here. If I felt a bit less of Bayero, I would have turned back, because Air Peace actually, we had gone into the aircraft, we disembarked, we waited, they looked for another aircraft, and we landed there at 11:30 p.m. But one good tongue deserves another. This gentleman has been with us in the days we were doing telecom awards, and I feel that it's just right for me to honor him. I want to leave you all here with a simple impression. And I'll tell you that there's just a thin line between civilization and primitivity. And I'll try to explain. Let us imagine they think we are primitive as a people, and America is civilized. At the peak of that civilization, they look back into the excitement inherent in primitivity. And that is why we have tourism and cultural tourism. I organized World Shango Festival in 2013, and we hosted close to 10 to 20,000 foreigners. What were they looking for? After all, we are primitive. And if you put that, if you do that better, you can have a million visitors to Nigeria. I now ask you don't rush me, I know they allow person rush me. I want to ask you a simple question. Does anybody in this all know what they call Ifa? Why do we go to Jerusalem every year to worship God? Or Mecca for Islam? We have 450 million people that are excited and related to Ifa all over the world. Imagine we're able to organize something like a pilgrimage that can host 2 million people, and they spend $5,000. That is almost 10 billion US dollars. We have to be innovative. We have to be innovative. We have what it takes to be a great nation. Our problem is that we are lazy. Ladies and gentlemen, my agency is thinking of actually organizing World Orisha Congress, and heavens will not fall. And Nigeria will make a lot of money. But that is what is important. Of what essence is religion without economy? Poverty. And poverty is just not our lot. Ladies and gentlemen, the message I want to leave with you this morning is that we need to recalibrate. We need to think over and over again. And you young people, the important thing actually is to be innovative and be great. Well, for those of us that are slightly over 60, our time is fast spent. 20 years down the line, we are old men, very old men, and we really can't do a lot. So you young people, you are the ones that will actually make Nigeria great, whether you like it or not. So take up the responsibility now and do what you have to do. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
I think he deserves a better round of applause. Wow. A man is a product of his culture before being a citizen of any country. While he was talking about culture, I remember was it just yesterday or Tuesday that the Lagos State government and Ogun State declared a public holiday to celebrate the Isheshe Day. Many of us, these are some of the things they're trying to promote. And that's really a laudable one. Thank you very much, Otumba Abiodun Ajiboye, the Executive Secretary, National Institute of Cultural Orientation. That agency, that institute is at the forefront of promoting Nigeria's cultural policy. And we look forward to that IFA conference that you said. We're looking forward to that. How many of you saw that joke? That BC, social media, Facebook and the rest, where someone posted that they have a fairly used shrine for sale, 11 gods active. They now say the man, someone asked, why are you selling it? They said the Babalawo is relocating to Canada for greener pastures. Maybe if Otumba was there, would have told him, you don't know what you have. 11 active gods and you're going to Canada, who does that? But it's all good. Thank you very much. Please let's appreciate him one more time. Talking about policies, we're going to go straight into our very first session. Need I remind you that our keynote speakers are ready to dish out, their topics to us when it's time. But now, please permit me to invite to the podium the panelists before I now calling the lead speaker for that session. Please, can the chairs be arranged while I calling those that will be dealing with leveraging policy and governance to accelerate innovation for a sustainable future. We all know that an unfavorable regulatory environment can stifle growth. And of course, the government, the regulatory environment is paramount at fostering innovation. And if you're looking at the future and the government and the people or those that are going to push that future dreams are not at par, then we might just be beating about the bush. So please join me to make welcome Mr. Charles Odi. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes. He's a DG Smedan. Also, we have Engineer Ike Namani, Chief Executive Officer, Medallion Communications. Please, can you appreciate them as they come? Mr. Ukeme Peters, Head Product Development and Strategy, Express Payments. And thank you. We also have Fisayo Olamigoke, President CEO, eSocial Mint Incorporated. He will be speaking to us virtually. I want to believe that the technical guys would have queued in our virtual panelists. Yes, please. Thank you very much. We're going to need that for the lead speaker. I don't know how you're going to place that. Maybe on the... Let's position it somewhere for the lead speaker. Thank you. To moderate this segment, we'll also be having Mr. Hilary Damisa, the project coordinator, DFSA. Let's give him a round of applause. Joining us virtually also, we have Bradley Shaw, Vice President, Middle East and Africa, Link Global. Please let's ensure that two of our virtual panelists are ready for us. And then, of course, I'll give Hilary the honors of bringing in others. But at this point, please give it up. Can we have that podium for the lead presenter of this topic? He's none other than the Managing Director, New Horizons, Mr. Tim Akao. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes. He's going to set the pace for the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. You are all welcome to today's event. We'll be looking at very important topic, which is very crucial to the existence and productivity of Nigeria. But before then, let me appreciate Dr. Agabi for putting all of these things together. We've been friends for almost over 20 years, and we've done quite a lot of things together. his passion for technology, his passion for development, it's massive and outstanding. So can we give a round of applause to Dr. Agabi for putting all these things together? Those of us who have organized events before, you know how difficult it is to gather people, especially these days when there is no more subsidy on fuel. And even to get the fuel, some people spend, my driver spent almost 24 hours at the station yesterday to get the fuel we used to get here. So once again, good afternoon, everyone. We'll be talking on policy, leveraging policy, governance, and innovation for development. I will take, since there is no more subsidy, I'm to speak for 15 minutes. Subsidy on speaking has also been withdrawn. My friend, the Orishaman that spoke last, he has taken some of our minutes. I will make it in 10 minutes. We are where we are today as Africa because we lost out in the first industrial revolution, which is agricultural revolution of 17th century. That one enabled Europe to produce enough food using technology. It was when they produced enough food using technology and their stomach was full that they thought of venturing out of Europe. Africa lost out. Nigeria lost out. Secondly, we lost out in the second revolution, which is industrial revolution of 18th century. That was the period the Scottish, they discovered steam engine to power industry. And that gave Europe a huge leverage to actually produce excess products that they are in abundance and they are in overabundance. Because of that, they look for new markets in Africa, in Asia. And that's what enabled a tiny country, which is Britain, to conquer 85% of the world. It's through the power of technology. The third revolution was the window revolution, information communication revolution. Africa also lost out. Nigeria also lost out. That was the era when IBM started with hardware, when they started with a mega computer. The computer mainframe in those days, if you put two in this hall, the space is finished. So Africa lost out. Nigeria lost out. So rain has started beating us for the past 500 years as a race, as a continent, and as a country. Now, we're in the era of fourth industrial revolution. And that's why I'm here today, that if we lost out in the first one, second one, third one, we must not lose out in the fourth one. What is it about the fourth industrial revolution? Fourth industrial revolution is talking about artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. Today, we have trillions of items that are connected together online. Everything that has a chip can be connected. If I put a chip on myself and Agabi has a chip on himself, the two of us are connected. And I can know what he's thinking, he can know what I'm thinking. So virtually everything in the world with time will be connected. That's the power of fourth industrial revolution. And then the artificial intelligence, which is like a dragon. It has its own positive side, it has its own negative side. And we talk about blockchain, we talk about cybersecurity. These are the fourth industrial revolution. Now we are a country at a junction. What do we do? How do we leverage what obtains today? And that is the essence of our being here today. That is innovation. Why must we join the innovation train? It's no brainer that if we don't join the fourth industrial revolution, the existence of our race is in doubt. Why? 85% of what human beings can do today, by 2040, AI will do it. 85%, including what Agabi is doing. AI will write AI is already writing content. Whatever content you want, AI will write it for you. If you are not satisfied, you tell him to rewrite it again, you will still write it again. 85% of everything we do today will be done by AI by 2040. And China is the elephant in the room for AI. China has a population of 1.5 billion, but the way they are investing in AI is like there is no tomorrow. That the entire future of humanity rests on AI, including AI soldiers. It's already invented, but it's not being allowed by United Nations to use it. That's robot soldiers. So if it's allowed, we can take them to Sambisa Forest to dislodge all the insecurity there. We don't need to lose human beings. But it's not being allowed because it can be abused. That is the reason why we must innovate. If we do not innovate, a time may come when we may have a crazy CEO of a nation. Putin is not too crazy yet, but we may have somebody worse than Putin. And he say, oh, Nigerians, you have so much resources. How can I remove these people and take part of the resources? And there are so many things they can do. We have the climate weapons, which is also part of the fourth industrial revolution. We can manipulate rain to rain only here, and it will not rain in the other Radisson Hotel. We can manipulate earthquake to happen only here, and it's not going to happen in the other Radisson Hotel. So all these technologies are available in the fourth industrial revolution. And that is why what Agabi has brought all of us here to do today is very crucial for the existence of Nigeria. So we have no choice than to join the innovation train. Then, briefly, how do we leverage policy to achieve this? Everything starts from the policy angle. For instance, I don't know how many of you have heard that China is the only country in the world that set a policy direction for 100 years, and they are following it up. 100 years, 100 years plan, they are following it up, they are following it through. We have what we call China 2025. They've set that one up as far back as 1980. As at now, China has achieved China 2025. What does it contain? It's a 2,000-page book. It contains that by 2025, China will be the main manufacturer for the whole world, for the entire universe. So when China does that, where does your children work? When they read all those things, you ask them to go and read the university. When they produce everything you are putting on for you in Nasarawa, everywhere. China is in your forest in Nasarawa, fencing the land, taking all the resources there. Why? We lack technology to know what they are even taking out of this soil. The European technology is so big, but China, their own technology is in their pocket. So they know whether it's lithium, they know whether it's uranium, they know whatever is there. So to us, everything is soil. But to them, through the power of technology, they are able to use our own God-given resources to develop China 2.0. China 1.0 was as oppressed as Nigeria and Africa was oppressed. But China 2.0 leverage on technology to liberate themselves. Therefore, it's incumbent on us as Africans and as Nigerians to equally leverage on technology to liberate ourselves. So the first thing we need to do from the policy angle is to change the curricula of our schooling. Without that, we are going nowhere. When I was in school, I tell people, the course I study, if anybody studies that today, you are going to struggle to get a job. We are trained as an ambassador. In my own set, about 200, only one person made it to the ambassadorial level. Only one person got a job in Ministry of External Affairs. Only one out of 200 people. And that's what we are trained upon. So the first thing we need to do is to change our curricula. The curricula we run today is obsolete. It cannot take us anywhere. Our first class cannot solve the fundamental problems of Nigeria, even in engineering, in nanotechnology. It cannot. So that's the first policy, that's the starting point. When China wanted to develop, they changed the curricula. When Japan wanted to develop, they changed the curricula. Japan told America in 1945, after they bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they said, America, come, we accept defeat. But you've not finished us, but you can go ahead and finish us. if you, like the culture man said, he has some point. If you tamper with our culture, which is represented in their king way of administering their country, then you can start now and finish the entire Japan. But we can be friends if you leave us with our culture. We take your technology, we take all other things. America, look at them, how determined they are. These are people who are already done, and they still told them to finish them if they would tamper with their culture. That's why the Japanese still maintains their kingship system up to today. But here, everything is destabilized. So the first point is our educational curricula. The second one we need to do on policy is to ensure continuity and stability. Within the same party, APC versus APC, what the first one is doing is different from what the second one wants to do. We cannot grow that way. China has maintained, it's a Bible, 100 years plan, regardless of who becomes the president. President Xi now cannot change what his predecessor put down in 1980. He put something down, China will rise, they call it peaceful rising. When President Xi was attacking America, his people rose against him. Say, sorry, that's not what we wrote, our forefather wrote 100 years back. They said we are going to rise through peaceful rising, not through confronting America. So, chick, lie low. So for us in Nigeria, the lesson we need to learn is to have that policy consistency. The third one we need to do, which other countries leverage upon to develop, is research, development, and execution. We have R&D, but we don't implement. All countries that have developed technology-wise, like Costa Rica, when they set up Intel Lab in Costa Rica in 1980, that was what started the development of Costa Rica. Israel, as we speak today, virtually all the global IT companies have their research and development and execution in Israel. The same thing is China. So for us as a country, we need to build an environment that attracts those top global companies to set up their research centers in Nigeria. If we don't do that, knowledge is not monopolized in one location. It's diverse. So all we need to do is to find a way to attract the best knowledge, the best talent all over the world. And finally, on the challenges, one, funding is a challenge. How does Israel, how do they solve their funding? There is what we call Jerusalem Venture Capital. This is where if you need $10 million to implement a research, they will give it to you. And failure is not stigmatized. If you fail, you've only learned one lesson of how not to do it. But in Nigeria, we don't have venture capital that has sufficient money to back up innovation of our children. So those of us who are here today, if you know people have excess money under their bed, in their water tank, everywhere, they can use some of this money to fund ventures and research. In Israel, once you have an idea, the job is done. Money, you look for money. Money, Jerusalem Venture Capital will give you money. In China, the same thing. When China wanted to develop, you get your loan for your research in 3 days. Loan is already approved. And they give you money for 5 years before you start paying interest. No interest for the first 5 years. I take money today at 40% in the banks. So when I see young ones trying to start a business, Dangote said about a month ago, there's no development that can happen at 30% interest rate. I don't know how many of you saw that his title. I laughed. I said, because Dangote, you are getting your own at 30%. I'm getting my own at 40%. So if you get 100 million, so you are going to pay by 140. So which means whatever business you want to do, you must do a business that will give you 200 million, 100% on top of what you took. Then which business? If it's a straightforward business, cocaine. Custom is here, they will arrest you. So that's number one. Funding, we have to solve that problem. And there are two ways to fund it. China funded it through the government. Israel funded it through individuals. What Israel did was just to put people together and have a pool of money. When I was there last, one professor with his two students, they did a research on tomato, how to make it last longer on the shelf. That research fetched them 80 million euros. They sold it to another company, and they did research within 6 months that tomato can last for 4 days on the shelf. What makes it to get rotten, they remove it, and then that simple research fetched, the professor just resigned. He went to Hawaii to enjoy the rest of his life. There's another one, the people who bought Mobile Eye. Mobile Eye was sold for $16 billion. I met the people who invented it. They are also students of Hebrew University with their professor, 5 of them. Their own, after 5 years, they made $16 billion. They sold it to Intel. That's what is driving autonomous vehicles today. It was done by a few students plus their professor, because their curriculum and the research lab there enables them to be at the cutting edge of technology. So the funding is not a problem. All you need to do is just to have your ideas. So we can gather people together who have idle money to actually back up research in Nigeria. Third challenge, it's brain drain. There is what we call reverse engineering. I think we can equally make use of this brain drain. What China did to solve their own problem, they call it bamboo network. They encourage their people to go abroad, learn, steal if you cannot learn, or copy, and come back with something. But don't go to UK and come back empty-handed. You must see something to steal in UK, technology-wise. Once you come back, you tell the government that I've stolen this from UK or from Germany, they fund it for you. So what I think we can do in Nigeria, we've not lost the battle for brain drain too much, although we've a lot of arm into youth empowerment. Out of 10 youth I meet today, 9 of them don't want to stay in Nigeria. 9, they don't want to stay in Nigeria because they've lost confidence in the country. But what I think we can do in terms of policy is to now do what Philippines did. Every Filipino you see in Nigeria, the ambassador has his details. He knows where he's working. He has his telephone number. He knows when he's sick. They develop them deliberately. So during COVID, Philippines made about $50 billion from the money their professionals who work out with remittance. $50 billion. But what do? They provide service for their youth who travel abroad. Our own youth in UK, they are on their own. If anybody kills them, nobody bothers. If they are in prison, nobody bothers. But the Filipino ambassador here has the details of every Filipino that is doing house help in Nigeria. So if we reverse that and we start teaching our ambassador that our children abroad, they are your first priority. Render service to them. Then when we want to bring them back, they will willingly want to come back and develop the country. But they are going, they sold everything, nobody bothers about them. They get there, nobody bothers about them. And then we expect them to develop Nigeria the same way Chinese migrants develop China. It's not going to happen. The fourth one, in terms of challenges, which Agabi mentioned, is the negative side of internet. But first, everywhere there is development, there is internet. Everywhere there is development, there is connectivity. So one fourth thing I'm recommending is that internet should be seen as a human rights policy. In Singapore, internet was used to develop Singapore. They are the best in mathematics in the world. Internet is free for all their youth, all their students. In India, the same. So for us to develop, we must make internet free. But what's the downside? Again, let's learn from China. China is the most serious country in the world. Whether you like them, I don't like them, but they are the most serious country in the world. You know what they did? About 2 months ago, there is a national policy that children must not stay more than 3 hours online. I don't know how many of you read about it. Must not stay more than 3 hours. I'm into IT. I also have young ones who do IT. I'm into thousands of youth development. The internet we are using is killing us. I have a report here that shows how Nigeria is around number 15 in internet usage in the world. But the first 14 countries, they are the most developed countries. So which means the internet we use here, we are not using it for development. We are using it to laugh. And the TikTok we are laughing on, China is not using TikTok to laugh. China is using TikTok to develop. Any invention from any of us here in China is put on TikTok. But here, all of us, including married women, married men, everybody, you are just on TikTok laughing from morning till down. And as you are laughing, China is taking over your country. In Kenya, they are having problems today. Chinese buy 10,000 hectares of land and fence it up. What do you want to do with 10,000 hectares of land? Your own children tomorrow, Kenya children, where would they get land to do anything? Nasarawa is the same. You are also vulnerable. True of us, sir. Yes, you are vulnerable. Kano is vulnerable. Go to Kano, see how much land they've taken. Go to Ogun State here. So we call it land grabbing for a purpose. And they've created TikTok so that we can be laughing. Yes. And we are laughing. All right. So we should limit our children. If government cannot do that policy, I employ all the parents here today. Let's limit. It's a battle. I fight the battle in my house too. I deal with thousands of children in my school, New Horizons. We train over 100,000 students every year. So, but I interface with most of them. Internet is a problem. The longer you stay on internet for useless things, the farther you have from liberation. Because there are enough things, stupid things, to keep everybody busy. Finally, we must strengthen the institution, the public institution. We must also reduce corruption, because the resources we need to... Recently, I read a report where they say NNPC will lose about 500,000 barrels of million barrels of fuel every day. That's about $50 million. If we reduce that by 50%, we are going to have $25 million to develop this country. So whatever we need to do in terms of reduction in corruption, it's something that we have to. And finally, there must be a handshake between the town and the gun. All over the countries where they developed, there is no demarcation between the university and the industry. Because in Nigeria, university is like industry, producing products that does not meet the need of the industry. So there is a disconnect. 3 days ago, MBS, they released the statistics for the current quarter. Some states have 70% youth unemployment. I don't know how many of you read about it. Rivers has 60%. With Wiki and Fubara fighting, they are 60% of their youth unemployed or underemployed. Kano, bigger figure. Why? No handshake. What we have is elbow shake. And elbow shake cannot, it's not connecting. You can't shake with two elbows. You can only shake with two hands. On this note, thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope I've made some impact on you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's give him a better round of applause. And I know that this panel session will do justice. Yes, he's still going to do very quickly before he leaves. So Hilary, I'll leave it to you. And just know that we have 2 virtual panelists waiting to take this away. Please let's listen and be blessed.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your listening attention. We are discussing a topic where he has laid the foundation, leveraging policy and governance to accelerate innovation for a sustainable future. Now, sustainability is very key in this. Policy and governance help direct the innovation that we must cherish. So I'll be inviting to join this conversation somebody who drives policy, and indeed he heads, or rather she heads, the Federal Institute for Industrial Research, FIRO Oshodi. The Director General, Dr. Jumai Adamu Tutua, is ably represented by Dr. Timothy Ajayi. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much. Very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, we have two virtual speakers. I have with me from the Middle East, Bradley Shaw, who is the Vice President, Middle East and Africa, Link Global. Please, let's put our hands together for her. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to identify with somebody who is physically present with us. He is a veteran, and you would agree with me that these are faces that have shaped the creative industry in Nigeria. He's also of my alumni, and we are very proud of them. Please welcome great Chief Yemi Sholade. Please put your hands together for him. All right, and the last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, innovation is the conversation here. We all recognize the fact that Facebook is perhaps the biggest disruption of this age, which is a solution developed by an American. Of course, we know Mark Zuckerberg. And of course, the TikTok that has become the talk of the town, which was developed by, if you like, you say Chinese American or American Chinese. There is that link of those two great nations. We have an innovator who is also disrupting the social media space. He's a Nigerian, but he's based in the United States of America, specifically in Texas. He would be joining us virtually, Engineer Fisayo Olamigoke, the president and CEO of eSocial Mint, who will be speaking to us from Texas. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would start from my far left because we are talking of policy governance to accelerate innovation for sustainable future. We would have the DG of FIRO speak to us how, as a government organization, what they are doing in order to ensure that through policy we are able to accelerate innovation for the growth of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I have just past 12. FIRO is a federal parastatal under the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, or Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, as we are called now. FIRO came to be from the report of a World Bank mission sent to Nigeria in 1953. The observation of that team tend to say that Nigeria research and development efforts are not coordinated or were not coordinated, no definite direction. That led to the creation of FIRO with the overall mandate to help accelerate the rate of industrialization of the nation's economy. From the intro we had, one of the challenges we have observed is this policy reversal, policy inconsistencies. And if we take for an example, this issue of introduction of or inclusion of a fraction of cassava flour into wheat for baking bread. During the regime of Baba Obasanjo, the policy seems like we are getting somewhere. We will get, at least farmers will have reasons to smile, because a fraction of cassava flour, high quality cassava flour, will be in wheat for bread making, and that will bring money. But today, where are we? Where are we? All the efforts thrown at it then were all wasted, so to say. So we will, as a nation, be doing ourselves good if we add China 100-year policy, and they are pursuing it.
Thank you.
Simple,
Thank you.
sorry, sir. Simple, what's these two governors, Ogun State governor, one leaving and the other, we lost 3 presidential jets.
Okay.
Just because a regime cannot move on with the policy of the previous regime because of personal egos.
Okay.
God will help us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Timothy. He has also re-emphasized the need for consistency and continuity in the aspect of policy implementation. Please, before I take the next speaker who was already on this panel, I was brought alongside him. That's Mr. Peter Ukeme, the head product development and strategy of Express Payment. Let's have the honor of inviting Bradley Shaw, the Vice President, Middle East and Africa, Link Global, to give us an insight as to what we as a people, as a country, as a continent needs to do in order to ensure that innovation is delivered at the speed of light for the development and the good of the people. Bradley, are you there? Bradley is joining us from South Africa. Okay.
Can you hear me?
All right. Thank you. We can hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you, Bradley. Please speak up.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me now?
Very well. We can hear you.
Fantastic. Excellent. Thank you very much for the invite to join you. My name is Bradley Shaw. I'm the Vice President of Middle East and Africa for Link Global. Link Global is a LEO satellite operator working in the direct-to-device space, where we use mobile operator spectrum to connect mobile phones directly to the satellites orbiting at 500 kilometers above us. I am incredibly grateful to be here. Apologies that I can't be with you in Lagos. It's a firm favorite of mine. I was there a couple of months ago. Love coming to Lagos. So yeah, a pity I couldn't be there for this event now. So in terms of innovation in Africa, from our standpoint as a satellite operator, we firmly work on the proviso that for innovation to take place, there needs to be a starting point. And the starting point in our minds is connectivity. Without connectivity, without digital products being available to remote and rural communities, where are people learning? Where are people connecting? Where are they communicating? So all of that becomes absolutely critical. That we see that the starting point of that innovation is providing connectivity to those communities. So from a regulatory standpoint, what can government do to promote connectivity, to promote SMMEs, to develop connectivity solutions, to set up internet cafes, to set up e-learning hubs, to set up venture capital or kind of small business accelerators. All of that needs connectivity as this kind of basis. So yeah, from our standpoint, the starting point in terms of innovation is connectivity. I know that the Nigerian government has been working incredibly hard at driving connectivity into the rural communities. I know both Airtel and MTN have been running fairly extensive rural connectivity kind of capex programs. We're a potential partner coming to the market, providing a new solution in terms of providing connectivity direct from the satellite with no terrestrial infrastructure. And the important part is that we are backward compatible with all mobile devices. It's not only your newest devices that are going to connect to our satellites, it's any 3GPP compliant device, all the way back to the old Nokia 3210s. Anything with a SIM card in it will be able to connect up to the satellite. So it's a nicely inclusive solution as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bradley. Thank you for your contribution. The most important aspect of Bradley's submission is the fact that connectivity is integral, is key to ensuring innovation thrives in our economy. Now, picking it from that perspective, I'm coming to Mr. Ukeme Peters of Express Payments. Now, one of the fastest growing aspect of the economy is the fintech sector in Nigeria. My 88-year-old dad in the village can sit down and receive money without necessarily going to his traditional bank of over 40 years thereabout. Now, Ukeme, can you please give us an insight from the private sector and a fintech player? What impact you think policy has to do on how the digital environment drives service provision, especially in the fintech sector?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say that, I mean, of course, policy is very important and crucial. The fact that, you know, we are in the fintech space and we are inundated with technology. Technology is our tool, more or less. But that in itself also offers us incredible and limitless opportunities. You know, a lot of things are possible. So if you don't have clear-cut policies, you know, to guide innovation, as it were, you find that there are situations where some innovations can now be beneficial to some people, but detrimental to, you know, some others. And we can see examples from other climes as well. The thing about policy, I think the most important thing to address there is that you also need policy that is not stifling. That's the operating word there. So when we talk about policy, there has to be a clear understanding of how the industry works and operates, and then use that to set a framework and guideline, you know, for innovation. So things like if you have good policies in place, you will have policies that would protect intellectual property, for instance. So if you look at Nigeria, I mean, how many IPs are out there? But countries that have made it in the world, the United States, you talk of them filing 300 and something thousand patents in 1 year. China in itself has over 4 million patents, you know, that have been filed. But it boiled down to legitimate government policies to encourage people with ideas, you know, policies that allowed them, gave them the framework to be able to innovate and to protect them, as well as provide a guide, you know, for them to thrive. In Nigeria now, even in our space, you have people that have had ideas that are kind of afraid to share those ideas, because they'll tell you that, look, if these ideas come out, then you will just see it being implemented somewhere. And that originality has been lost. And the person then feels like the original idea that was mine has been taken away from me, and there is no clear policy that guides that idea through to the point where the individual is able to profit from it. So we need policies, but those policies have to be enabling for the fintech space to be able to keep growing, and indeed every other sector of the economy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Peter. And that gives me the conviction why maybe the Lord Jesus Christ said, Peter, upon this rock, I'll build my church. I can see we need the policies to help us to innovate, protect the innovation ecosystem, and of course, not stifle it. Thank you so much, Peter. Why we have taken a physical contribution, I think we should switch our connectivity from this hall to the president and CEO of eSocial Mint, who is joining us live from Houston in Texas. Engineer Fisayo, please, are you there, sir? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you quite well. All right,
Okay.
Engineer Fisayo, the social media space is much of an issue of concern to Nigerians. TikTok has its all good and you like the bad, and the Facebook as well. Now, as a Nigerian, as an African who is coming up with the e-social mint, can you tell us how this will peculiarly address the interests of Africa, address the interests of Nigerians, please?
Social media is more than just a social media app. It's an hybrid social media. In other words, it contains events, social media itself, adverts, and every other thing that comes with social media. And at the same time, it provides jobs for different people, especially the youth. We have TikTok for China, right? We have Facebook, USA. We have X, originally Twitter. The owner is from South Africa. We don't have anything that you can really say this is our national social media. In other words, we don't have something like Facebook that we can say, oh, it's peculiar to Nigeria. The reason why ESM, e-social meet, is developed is purposely because of Nigeria. We realize that we have a culture. Our culture is to party. Our culture is to spray money, and we enjoy it, and we don't want anybody to take that from us. And how do we obey the policy of the land and at the same time enjoy our culture? And that is one of the reasons why we have ESM, innovation. ESM is designed in such a way that anybody can join your event and be able to spray you money from any part of the world in different currencies. And you have money in your bank account. It enables you to save money. It enables you to save time. Enables you to share culture. And at the same time, you make money. For every event, you can select event managers. You can select event workers that are local to that particular event location. And, we connect you with those people, and you are able to, pay them at the end of the day. Then everything is free on ESM. And for us to obey the policy of the land in terms of spraying of money, we also have event connected to hologram. In other words, when you cannot attend an event, you come through ESM and you are connected to the holographic machines, and you appear at the event location. You take photographs with them, you spray the celebrants money, and at the same time, you dance with the celebrant. So we are connected. And the future is we want to be able to connect this app.
Sorry, please let Comica Fisayo. Is it like the African magic connection? Can you? Oh, Vacha is praying. Hello?
It's not African magic connection. It's just technology. We have the app where you attend event, just like the way you have Zoom. Zoom is 45 minutes. We are unlimited time, unlimited participant, unlimited bandwidth. So when you attend an event, just like Mr. Bradley Shaw from the US, I think, can just appear on the stage there via hologram through ESM, and he will be able to make his own speech, and he will take photographs. It will, it will just disappear. You understand? After making his speech, and he can dance with the celebrant. And if it's a team meeting, the CEO can appear in the meeting room via hologram and make it more interactive. Even our church leaders, our worship leaders, they can preach remotely from anywhere. Our event, our celebrities, our artists, they can perform in 20 different locations via holograms without leaving their comfort zone. And they will also collect cover charge. In other words, they will collect gate fees at those locations.
Okay.
So we make it robust in such a way that everybody is able to cut his or our own, piece of pie from ESM.
Thank you.
Everybody is making money.
Thank you, Engineer Fisayo. We'll get back to you to wrap up your submission afterwards, but thank you so much. One key thing I have been able to pick from his presentation is the fact that the e-social mint platform would enable us to do so much, including present, even though in absentia. That sounds good. But I hope we will not be eating virtually rather than eating physically. It's important to us. Now, I'm coming to Chief Yemi Solade, who is a veteran Nollywood person. My concerns are Africans, Nigerians are very culturally oriented, and we value our cultural system. How do we ensure that the availability of the social media, the internet, we annex it in a way that we don't misrepresent those cultural values, especially with the creative industry where you play, sir?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Well, let me start by looking at the cultural policy in Nigeria. I'm very happy my brother is here, Otumba Ajiboye. He says so much about culture, like he was speaking for me and representing me. And obviously, my wonderful brother that I just met today, Yakubu Lamai. Yeah, you guys have been awesome. Well, let's go into this culture thing about talking about the policies. Culture sector in Nigeria seems to be about the only sector that the government underplays. I don't really see any. I'm over 60 and I don't think I've been in the arts, performing art for 47 years, and I haven't seen, I'm yet to see any policy formulated by the government that benefits the average creative mind in Nigeria. I think the problem here is the coloration of who we are generally. Nigeria is a multi-ethnic nation, and by extension, that is what bedevils the cultural family too. You have all sorts of cultures. For instance, Otumba Ajiboye becomes the Minister of Culture today because he's Yoruba. The Yoruba stock feels that, oh, our person is there, so he has to play along with us. It doesn't work like that. So that is a problem with the culture sector in Nigeria. We are too tribalistic. We are so much nepotistic tendencies around there. So I have never, in all my existence as a performing artist, seen any culture policy that has benefited someone like me anyway. So we've been very individualistic. Up to the moment we got to creating Nollywood, and this is where I think we should dwell on. This is what will interest you. We are talking of technology, and you'll be talking of Nollywood. I started as an actor on stage. First time I acted in my life, I represented Nigeria in 1977. I was the youngest actor. I was 17. There was no technology like we have today. And then there was no way to transmit other than the NTA of those days. And that was all about. Now we're in the era of social media, internet, and what have you. And now it is very easy for the average creative to just place anything on internet. Be it from the inner recess of their rooms, it goes global. And that is what we live with today. And then, whether we like it or not, culture when it comes to performing art, data Nollywood, is very manual. Performance is human. The human element, you come together, there's a script, you reenact.
Despite hologram
yes,
and
then,
AI.
but the only only what?
The hologram and the AI.
No, let's leave hologram. That
Okay.
is, I was laughing all through. We don't do our thing virtually.
Okay.
But the thing is, we need the transmitting vehicle, which is technology here. And that is why we have the internet. Social media is the order of the day. And then you get to see all these things we see. Good. And now, whatever it is that we say here today, Nigerian youth especially are very innovative. I want to give it to them. If you move around this country and see what the creative minds, especially the young ones, do, you will be amazed. The good, the bad, the ugly, no doubt. We've talked about social media, the use of social media, good, the bad, the ugly. But whatever it is that we want to believe, you can plug in using your talent to influence your immediate environment. And then you can export that globally. We see that every time. But then, now the government is my own concern. What is the government doing about all these things? We don't regulate anything. The only thing the government understands about, okay, maybe the Center for Culture and those departments, there is Ministry of Culture, we know. But then I still marvel, even when I hear a statement from the government quarters talking about Nollywood, for instance, not depicting who we are very well. We are not getting things right. But no, that is very unfair.
Okay.
Nollywood, for all I care, is an individual thing. It started from individuals. But then, whether we like it or not, we have been a very, very veritable platform employing Nigerian youth, exporting our culture, exporting so much of our talent, and then it's a very, very money-spinning sector that grosses so much over, I know as of last year, over 15 billion naira that was grossing. A movie done by one of us, even the president of this country had to applaud her, Funke Akindele, at the cinema. A Tribe Called Judah grossed over 1 billion naira. That will tell you the power of the art especially, and has been transported through technology.
Okay.
So I would tell you so much is embedded in this country culturally, but then the government has to be very sincere and open with us so that we can shake hands like the guest speaker told us, and not use the elbow all the time.
Thank you so much. Please, we can put our hands together for Yemi Sholade. We have to wrap up this segment of the program right about now, but I'll be giving 45 seconds to each of the speakers to please make their final submission. Let's quickly take Bradley Shaw to tell us how innovation can be sustainable. He emphasized connectivity as key. Now, how do we sustain these innovations as legacies for the good of Africa in general? Bradley, are you there? Is Bradley there? Okay. Technical. All right. If we can't take Bradley, I will take a physical submission now. Okay. Okay, Bradley.
Sure. There's a lot of background noise.
In 45 seconds, please wrap up for us how we would ensure the sustainability of innovations to keep Africa on the developmental track.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. It's a great ending question and one very difficult to complete in 45 seconds. But I think after connectivity, I think small businesses are the way to keep innovation moving. Innovation seems to not be the sole land of the big corporates. We've certainly seen more innovation coming out of small businesses over the last 20 years than any of the larger ones. And I look forward to seeing more African innovations and African businesses take the global stage. We've had some great successes out of Nigeria over the last couple of years. Some in the fintech space with their own levels of controversy. But Nigeria is a phenomenal place, and I look forward to seeing more Nigerian innovations hit the global stage and be successful. And I think that comes out of the support of talented entrepreneurs in the country. And I think that is crucial for ongoing innovation and success. Thank you very much for the time, and thank you for welcoming me today.
Thank
you very much.
so much, Bradley. Thank you, and we appreciate your contribution. I'll take a physical submission now. From the perspective of a research and development institution, that's talking about the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, FIRO Oshodi. What do we need to do? Mr. Timakao mentioned the fact that research development needs to get to the point of execution, implementation. So what do we do to ensure that these documents, these findings are distilled to implementation for the good of the people, sir? Mr. Timothy Ajayi.
The setting, we really need to support the sector. I recall a few years back, I made a presentation on managing R&D in an uncertain budget environment. You see, as we speak, 2020, the life of 2023 budget has been extended till December.
Okay.
Our sector are supposed to go to Nasarawa, Lafayette in Nasarawa, for this year's National Council on Science and Technology.
Okay.
That program has been on hold because 2024 budget has not been implemented. So that's, if we, in that presentation that I referred, I compared running a World Bank project with running our own R&D project. Before you are set to go on any World Bank project, the fund you need is already there.
Okay.
So at every stage where you just get, you ask, you get. But even when you have plan, you have budget, we have 2024 budget, and the year is almost running to an end.
The budget here has not started.
So what do you do?
Are you asking me, sir?
No. How do you function in such a situation?
I'm not in charge of budget, sir.
So the nation has to find a way. We had during the intro, the way the US, the way China maneuver around funding.
Can we wrap up,
Find
Mr.
a
Ajayi?
way
Yes.
around it.
Okay.
God will help us.
Okay. The summary is that God will help us, and God will help us. Amen. Now, I'll take a final wrap up from Mr. Ukeme Peters of Express payment organizations are driving innovation, driving growth, and of course, service to the man in Potiskum, the man in Oron, and the man in Abeokuta. How do we ensure that they are brought in that inclusivity with solutions like express payment? You want to make the money in Lagos. How do you get it to those people up there, sir?
Well,
Please, let's do that in 40 seconds.
Okay. Well, interestingly, you mentioned Oron. You know, place I know very well.
Okay.
And we are not just in Lagos. Actually, we are pan-Nigerian. Okay. And one thing that we do is we try to play in the financial inclusion space. I mean, at least government have provided that framework, you know, and we've latched onto it. But there are a lot more that can be done. So I look at things like policy harmonization. So we've got different, if you just take, for instance, that of registrations. We've got several databases. For instance, now you have your international passport, you did thumbprint. You have your NIN, you did thumbprint. You have your driver's license, you did thumbprint. You had BVN, you did thumbprint. Which other one? You now have NIN, voter's card, you did thumbprint. NIN, yeah. So why don't we harmonize these policies, you know, and bring them under a common database such that, you know, you can quickly onboard someone. So you have someone there in the village that only has a voter's card. He should be able to access banking services, for instance. You know, so these are things that government can do overall that can help industry to thrive better. But most importantly, it's the aspect of R&D that is very critical.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Peter, you would relate with Dr. Byron Agabi. He's a member of the Presidential Committee on Data Harmonization. Let him give you answers. And on a final note, Chief Yemi Sholade, please, as a people, what do we do to ensure that Generation Next doesn't miss that cultural element of the essence of our people?
Well, I think what we do, as some of us that are becoming elders suddenly, is to transmit genuinely those things that we have imbibed culturally and not depend on westernization. And then, because it is often said and commonly said in my space, the Yoruba adage, which says that Odo to gbagbe orisun e o ma gbe, which literally means that a river that forgets its bank will definitely dry up. So that is it. We are too westernized in this part of the and then we are fast eroding our culture, which is becoming a cankerworm. And then the government has to put policies in place that would at least attract the gown. When I say the gown, the academics in our field are not politicized culture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of this panel, Mr. Peter, Mr. Yemi, and Mr. Timothy, I'm yours sincerely, Hilary Damisa. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Let's take a quick picture. While that is happening, please let's give them a round of applause. We will, break down a bit with the first group, after which our keynote speaker, Dr. Helen, will be, speaking to us. We want to appreciate you for your time. Please let's give our panelists a round of applause one more time, while I invite the first entertainment troupe to please get ready to come in now for your 3 minutes presentation. 3 minutes presentation, after which we'll go straight. We still have a lot to do with today. Like I said, it's a full-packed day, and we're trying as much as possible to keep to time. Thank you very much. Mr. Hillary, you're supposed to be in the middle. If you agree, say aye. The ayes have it. Igewai. Come and beat me outside. Smile. Hallelujah, somebody. A round of applause for them as they go back to their seats. Let's be generous with applause as I leave in the hands of the first entertainment troupe in the next 3 minutes, while we implore our keynote speaker to get ready for her address. Thank you. We have free Wi-Fi for you, Rad Hall. If you're interested, RADHALL, Rad Hall. Ignore the caps, it could be small or big letter. RADHALL, free Wi-Fi. Let's appreciate them. A round of applause for the first troop, entertainment troop. Interesting, I gave them 3 minutes and they kept to time. Thank you. When you come back, I'll give you times 2 of those minutes. Please, can we appreciate them for that? For helping us energize the room. Yes, we're moving gradually. And next is our keynote address. Can I please have the stage back where it was? Please, the stage where back it was, so I can introduce our keynote speaker for today. She is none other than the MD of Sensual Partners Innovation Hub, a seasoned expert and certified facilitator, and BDSP in entrepreneurship, education, and business development strategy, particularly in the African business sector. With over 30 years of experience in corporate reputation building and management, Dr. Moore excels in designing and delivering communication programs that maintain a positive image for organizations. Her expertise includes stakeholder engagement, investor relations, crisis communications, and experiential marketing. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to make welcome for her keynote address, Dr. Helen Murray, MD, Science.
Break it down, break it down. You know, we've been listening to so many speeches. I'm supposed to give a keynote speech, but I'm not going to give you any speech. They've danced for us. Now it's time for us to dance. I'm going to talk about governance, innovation, and the future economy. People and the future economy. But I'm going to look at it from the perspective of the people, right? And I sat down and I said, what's happening? This go. I don't try and since make I say if I do it for public, whether I go walk. Go. Oh yeah, give me the music. Please, everybody, can you please stand up? Oblige me. Stand up. Let us dance. They don't dance for us. Make we dance for ourselves. Oh yeah? Let me see who won. I don't say Nigeria we too form. But me, I like to play. I call myself the Gen Z mama. All right? So, today I'm supposed to talk about governance, and then innovation, the people, and the future. We've heard a lot about what is not working. Please, can I have a quiet room? You know, I'll be teacher, so I can't continue until the room is quiet. So what I want to say is, from a governance perspective, we've said so many things today, how things are not working in Nigeria. From a people perspective, we have also recognized that we have an industry because technology is part of the creative industries, in case you don't know. So when people say tech is part of the creative industries. And the creative industries in Nigeria is set to grow. Currently, it accounts for about 5% of our economy when you put everything together. But what's the beauty of it? The beauty of it is, for me, I'm looking at it from entrepreneurship. I believe that that's an industry that still has a lot of opportunities. In fact, I was speaking with Otumba, and I said, Otumba, I beg, that your Orisha show, me, I see entrepreneurship opportunity in it. Whilst there are so many difficulties concerning governance in Nigeria, there's still a lot more we can do concerning innovation, concerning the people, and then also the future economy. So what I just want to leave you with, because we've heard all the problems, but I want to give you the solutions. And the solution is that you and I, we need to stop spending our time debating on whether the president has bought a jet or not. We need to stop wasting our time debating on the things that they are making us talk about that doesn't help us. I am on social media a lot. If you Google my name, Helen Murray, you'll be amazed how much information you see about me. But what do I put on social media? I put information about entrepreneurship. I put information about growth. I danced for you people now. Everybody laughed. You will not remember me as a comedian. You remember me as that woman that made us dance. That doctor that made us dance. That doctor that talked about entrepreneurship, and she made us, it's different from me being a comedian. But will you remember what I said? Yes. That's what we should be doing with social media. All of us complaining about social media. What have you put on social media? Have you put anything about what you know on social media? Have you? If you say they are putting nonsense on social media, what have you put? Are you telling me about the law you know? Are you telling me about innovation? Are you telling me about customs? Are you telling me about culture? What have you put there? Why are we complaining? Nigeria has over 112 million internet users. Active social media users, 32 million plus. And we are complaining. Niger Brand Chick just finished a fair in London. Niger Brand Chick is less than 10 years. She pulled a fair that if she gives us the figures, I'm sure that they would have sold nothing less than £1 million at that fair. And we are complaining. So when we talk about governance, we always think it is the government. No. It is how we regulate ourselves. Are we accountable? Are we responsible? Are we contributing to fairness and equity? Why are we complaining? What have you done? What have I done? When we talk about all these things, we talk about it in the third person as if not them. Not be them more. Now me and you. Now we did there. Now we be the government. And why are we the government? There's a data that was released by NIBS, the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System. That data says, and thank God, Mr. Peter, you are here. You can verify. I mean, fact check. Express Pay. 600 trillion naira was the value of electronic money transactions in Nigeria in 2023. 600 trillion. The budget of the federal government is 28 trillion. The budget of all the state government, all of them, 36 plus Nasarawa, from Maiduguri to Sokoto, from Maiduguri to Badagry, from Calabar to Sokoto, all the state governments, their budget is less than 20 trillion. Now when you add all the other extra ones we know they see, maybe another 20 trillion. I still don't have 90 trillion from government. Meanwhile, we did 600 trillion electronic transactions. Where did 500 trillion come from? You and I. We are the people. We are the government. Now we get money past government. Why are we focused on what government is doing when we should be generating activity to increase commerce so that we can compel government to do what we want them to do? So for me, I'm not here to talk about what government is not doing. Because I'm over 50 years old. I may look a bit younger. It's okay. Thank you for the compliment. Right? I'm over 50. And how do I know Dr. Bayero Agabi? In 1992 December, a certain distinguished Nigerian, now Dr. John Momo, decided that he was going to leave NTA to start his own TV station. We were part of the founding members of Channels TV. And then, remember, Dr. John will be telling us, I want to be like Larry King. I want to build the CNN of Africa. We go to look, they see this man. We don't even get one camera at that time. But you're not lie. One single camera we don't get. Even the office chair never did that time. But John will take us out. He will be telling us all the big things he will do. Yomi Lainka, Zigzulu Okafor, Kingsley Uranta. All those people came from there. Ziona, who relocated. We were all part of the channel's dream. And we saw it happen through blood, tears, and sorrow. 1992 till today. Today, we look at channels with a lot of pride. AIT, the same thing. When AIT started in Alagbado, I was in media. I go trek from that Alagbado junction, go inside, Okada no deal. You have to walk down. But today, look at AIT, it's a global platform. Or is it this day you want to talk about? So my charge today is to say, all these things that are happening around us, it's not happening for fun. We have to tap into it. We have to get into it. The internet is a force for good. The artificial intelligence everybody is talking about is a force for good. And for those who are worried about artificial intelligence, thank God that from a governance perspective, the federal government of Nigeria now has its own artificial intelligence policy. Their strategy document is out. It came out August 2024. It's on the internet. Go and Google it, download the PDF document. Find the one where concern you. The one where concern me inside is education and advocacy. That's my business in it. How can I use it to improve my ability to educate business? That's all. I don't want to learn coding. I don't want to learn programming. It's none of my business. But I have studied artificial intelligence inside out. And when I'm talking to people, they say, how come you know so much? I say, because I read. I have a curious mind. I want to know where the future is going. So every time something is happening, I go with it. I started my career in advertising. I went into infrastructure development. I went into political management. Now I'm into business education. I study the future. What is going to happen? This thing they are talking about now. How will it affect us in the future? That is what the future economy is about. So all these things they are talking is about us. AI is not going to take my job as long as I know about it and I know how to use it. AI is not going to take your job as long as you know about it and you know how to use it. So this thing they say future, AI, it is about us. I want to close by challenging us to say there's a lot of information out there. A lot of it are not relevant to us. Pick the one that is relevant to you. That's how I operate. How does it work for me? What am I going to do with it? How can I tune people's minds to what's happening and get them to get value from it? My mission and our mission as Science Partners is to enable entrepreneurs to do more, because for an economy of 200 million people, our statistics are very poor. We shouldn't be doing a GDP of $300 billion. It's too weak. When California is in 1.6 with 35 million people. If we are going to grow, you and I have to move with times. We have to forget about all the noise around us. We have to use social media for good. I just summarized the speech that I had, which says that the government will create laws. We will regulate ourselves. And how do we regulate? We participate. You cannot speak when you are not on the table. So if you want social media to be better, get on it. Put out content. I dey put content. I dey dance. My pikin, they teach me how to dance. People go, they laugh. I say, we play. It just shows that as an entrepreneur, you should also play. That's why I put out those kind of content. You don't just sit, otherwise you'll be miserable. And then I put out real content. I talk. I'm always talking. I try to put out content at least 3 times a week. When I'm happy, I can put every day. I'll put something. So what are you putting there? If we want to change this narrative, we want Nigeria to be better, we all have to align. We have to change the kind of content we are producing. Let's just stop complaining. Let's just stop talking. Let's see governments. Let's see governors on social media. Let's see adults, 50, 60 on social media. Instead of just sitting down and say, oh, if everybody is looking at their phone, I say, hey, they look phone, 35 million people. How can I sell something to 1 million people every day? That's my goal. I hope that is your goal. And I pray that all of us, because God has done his work. In Genesis 1:28, he said, have dominion. So let's stop calling God will help us. We are the ones who need to do the work. I hope we'll stop bothering God and just get on this bandwagon so that we can get on the future economy. That's all I have for you today, Baero. I hope I didn't disappoint you.
Should give her the go-go-go-ngwa. She's going back. Oh, yeah. Please, let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Not always looking at the bad side, but the good side of the internet, looking at internet for good. She can go on and on and on and on. But like we say, the internet has come to stay. The future is right before us. How do we collaborate to ensure that our future is safe? Talking about AI, I was interviewing some of those protesters, one of the days, the 10 days of rage as pronounced by the organizers. And this Monday after the president spoke, I went there to sample their opinion. While I was asking one very girl, she was just raging and everything. I said, okay, what do you make of the president's speech? He has asked that we, sheathe our swords and then give him time. And he said, no be our president talk, na AI talk yesterday. I was like, where did you get that from? That one no be our president. I say na AI. Two things. At least she was trying to be sarcastic, and again, she also believes that AI can actually replicate such stuff. So we also learned something even in her sarcasm, that AI has come to stay. It's not going to take away our jobs. That's why what some of us really fear the most. How do we navigate all of this is what gatherings like this, tend to remind us on a daily basis. So please, let's give it up for MD of Science Show again, Dr. Helen Amore. Thank you very much for that. Moving on, we're going to be listening to the GMDCU Express Payment. She was here earlier and she had to leave, but she has pleaded that representative, Mr. Okeme Peters, head product development and strategy at Express Payments, to deliver her speech on her behalf. Please, let's give him a round of applause. While I also want to ginger the next panelists to get ready for that. We're moving quickly, and like I said, we're going to try as much as possible to beat the time. So please, let's give it up for Express Payment.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. I hope you're having fun today. So I'm here to represent my boss, the Group Managing Director of Express Payment. All protocols duly observed. I am delighted to be part of this year's summit and feel highly honored to be invited to make a few remarks before this August gathering. This year's theme, Governance, People, Innovation, and Future Economy, is quite germane, coming at a time when the government is pushing for bold economic reforms that considers pivotal, that it considers pivotal to growing Nigeria to a $1 trillion economy. This is an ambitious goal that requires people and innovation to drive it. And I think the last speaker just said that we all have a part to play in building the nation that we desire. The growth over the last few years in Nigeria's fintech sector, which the World Bank estimates to make up about 1/3 of Africa's fintech market, has shown that Nigeria does not lack people with purpose, passion, prowess, and process to power the innovation required to the government's ambitious growth plan. A few years back, a lot of youths were really irked about the comment of lazy Nigerian youths. But you see, we have that human resources that is required to, power this economy, and the fintech space has actually showed that. It is a dynamic fintech sector that is innovatively bridging Nigeria's financial exclusion gaps through provisions of mobile money, as well as digital payment platform and wallets to reach our unbanked and underserved population. As one of Nigeria's leading fintechs, we at Express Payments Limited remain fully committed to growing Nigeria's digital economy by creating and leveraging cutting-edge platforms for electronic payments, collections, and fund disbursement. We are licensed by the Central Bank of Nigeria for transaction switching, payments solution service provider, and payment terminal service provider, amongst others. Express Payment offers a distinctive range of products and services that includes a payment gateway, a payout platform, and multiple e-collections products. Our web-based collection platform, eCasha, and payment gateway are employed to facilitate seamless transaction in states across the Federation, including Oyo State, Delta State, and Ogun State, where we serve as primary revenue collector. We have partnership with all commercial banks in Nigeria, and this allows us to develop and deploy POS applications and terminals, providing convenient payment solutions for various merchants across the country. If you go to these states that I've mentioned, the states have deployed this solution to be able to, collect their revenues. So you can walk into any bank, you can use any POS, and you're able to pay your taxes and other government revenues seamlessly. Express Payouts, our funds disbursement platform, is also leveraged by many businesses across Nigeria for the payment of staff salaries and vendor payments, among other use cases. We consider ourselves a foremost partner of the central bank in its drive for financial inclusion, given our wide network of over 450,000 agents, through whom we offer comprehensive coverage across 725 local governments areas in Nigeria. That's almost all the local governments that you can think of. We provide free training for all these agents, as well as free POS machines to help them run their businesses. As Africa's most outstanding payments company, solutions company of the year 2022 and 2023, coupled with our client-focused, innovative, and technology-driven products, we ensure that our customers always enjoy excellent service delivery as an innovative player. We are continually disrupting markets in a bid to further simplify and enable smarter livings and for individuals and businesses. We want to sincerely thank the convener and the organizers of the summit for the opportunity to join other well-meaning participants in the deliberation on innovation and Nigeria's future economy, so we can contribute our own thoughts to the discourse. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, and we say congratulations on all the strides by Express, and we look forward to more participation and partnership at future events. Please, let's give it up for Express Payment Solution. At this point, I'm going to be inviting for a second keynote address Chief Professor Mike Ozekome, SAN, OFR, CON, a constitutional lawyer and orator. He'll be ably represented this afternoon by the Assistant Head at Chambers, at Mike Ozekome Chambers, none other than Barrister Osilama Ozekome. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he comes for his keynote address? Thank you. Let's be generous with our applause. Thank you. We had a deal. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. May I humbly stand on all existing protocol. I am Osilama Michael Zekome. I'm a barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, and I am the Assistant Head of Chambers at Michael Zekome's Chambers. I stand before you here today as a representative of the Learned Silk, Prof. Michael Zekome, SAN, OFR, CON. He would have loved to be here today to give you his keynote speech, but for reasons outside his control, he's unavoidably absent today. So on his behalf, I shall be giving his speech. So originally, I had planned to read out his speech that he had prepared, but given the number of plenary sessions we've had today and the other keynote speech earlier today, a lot of what I was going to talk about has already been touched on. The topic for today is governance, people, and sustainable future economy. So I shall be focusing my topic on mainly the sustainable future economy. Now, the 21st century world stands at a crossroads, faced with a web of issues interwoven like threads in a tapestry demanding urgent attention. There's obviously the need for sustainability, as in contemporary discussions of global advancement, the conversation has notably shifted from an emphasis on solely economic expansion to a more holistic approach centered on sustainability. While the discourse on sustainability was born out of providing solutions on environmental degradation, gender equality and health, It has evolved to encompass nearly all facets of life. Subsequently, sustainability has dominated several global conversations, projects, and programs. In Africa, there is a need for sustainability now more than ever. Although recent progress has been such with regard to economic growth and development, the continent is still plagued with ineffective policies, obsolete laws, coupled with a lack of enforcement mechanisms, lack of broad-based development, inappropriate farming techniques, impacts of demographic changes, resource outflow, high dependency on primary commodities, huge external debt burden, and inadequate education and lack of information. This missing link continues to be sustained progress. You know what, rather than reading out his lecture, let me just speak to you. We are talking about economic sustainability. What is the idea of sustainability? Sustainability is means using the current resources to achieve today's goals in such a way that the future economy can also make use of such resources. That is the entire idea of sustainability. To that effect, there are 17 sustainable development goals, and let's look at each of them or some of them and see whether we can actually say that the governance in Nigeria or we as a people are actually striving towards sustainable development. We have the first goal, which is no poverty. No poverty. That's the first sustainable goal we have. Recently, Nigeria actually outpassed India as the #1 poverty nation in the world. With over 12% of its population in extreme poverty. Not just poverty, extreme poverty. That says a whole lot about the way we are being governed as a people and as a nation. We also have the goal of zero hunger. Zero hunger. But actually in Nigeria today, we have famine. I think about last month or 2 months ago, there was the news of food crisis in the north. And with approximately 22 million Nigerians facing food security. We also have good health and well-being, which we do not see in our current society. We have quality education, with schools being closed down or the Amajiri schools open during Jonathan's regime, all totally closed down. We have affordable and clean energy. I don't know if this applies to Lagos, but I know in Abuja there was recently a band program in which different areas were classified by their bands. So you had band A, band B, band C, and throughout. And the reason for this banding was so as to increase the tariffs of of organizations and individuals by over 300%. Now, irrespective of this tariff, of this increase, the life situation has even been poorer than usual. We are not even talking about sustainable or clean energy, in such that we move from a situation whereby we are highly focused on crude oil, and then we think about electric energy. We also have responsible consumption and production as a goal. We have climate action, which is talking about climate change and how we can use the resources such that the world doesn't come to an end. Because if you look at the world today, every time you put on the news, it's one disaster or the other. If it's not hurricane, you're talking about wildfires, you're talking about earthquakes. Each of these events has been caused by man's use of natural resources, which is actually and gradually bringing the world to an end. So in such, like, given that sustainable development is actually a very crucial part of our human life, it becomes necessary to bring out some recommendations that could actually help to ensure that governance or the government actually get it right. The first recommendation is that at the crux of every policy to promote digitization, education is key. Building a sustainable future economy is impossible if a large number of the population remains illiterate, particularly if digital literacy is lacking, given the rapid digital advancements. An uneducated generation cannot continue sustained progress. Digital technologies, which include computing devices, applications, data, and internet infrastructure, have become increasingly accessible and affordable, even to marginalized populations. Experts in education and information and communications technology, which is otherwise known as ICT, are of the opinion that early exposure to digital skills can provide African youth with a competitive edge in the global workforce. To harness the full potential of digital education, governments, educational institutions, and the private sector must all collaborate to develop comprehensive digital learning strategies, invest in teacher training, and ensure equitable access to technology. Another recommendation is the creation of digital infrastructure, which is very imperative. This means that infrastructure must be made available to all and accessible to all. It helps the economy to become more efficient and migrate to more sustainable forms of production and consumption. The third recommendation I would give is that public-private partnerships should be a significant driving force for economic sustainability. With PPPs, the government can leverage private resources and skills to meet the growing demand for growth and even employment. However, for effective implementation, the governments must establish robust legal and institutional frameworks for public-private partnerships and be able to identify and select suitable projects, conduct transparent tenders, structure comprehensive contracts, and implement effective oversight mechanisms to ensure the successful execution of public and private partnerships. Lastly, an accountable and transparent government is required for a sustainable future economy. Accountability is a very fundamental principle in various aspects of governance, encompassing both the relationship between the government and citizens and the interactions among different branches of government. A sustainable economy requires public officials to be held accountable for their actions undertaken on behalf of the public and with public funds. Similarly, openness and transparency in government sends strong signals to citizens and investors, as research has shown that there is a positive correlation between the amount of information disclosed by governments and subsequent investment levels and economic growth. Ultimately, governance is a dynamic process that requires continuous adaptation to meet the evolving needs of a sustainable future. By prioritizing transparency, accountability, and participation, governments can build trust with citizens and create a shared vision for a sustainable economy. As I conclude, it is important to note that the interconnectedness between governance, people, and a sustainable future economy is undeniable. To foster continuous positive progress, leadership must be people-centric across the various levels of government, throughout the continent and even across the globe. This ideal lies at the heart of sustainability, which seeks to foster change that meets present needs of people without jeopardizing the needs of the future. With transparency, accountability, inclusion, and responsiveness, an enabling environment can be created for a thriving, sustainable economy. So let us make it our mandate to lead and be led properly, fixing our gaze on a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Shilama Zekome. Please let's give him a round of applause. While we're all envisaging a brighter future, he just highlighted the need for education and literacy as key at addressing the challenges of the future. And that, of course, includes digital education. And here the need for digital literacy also comes to play. And I know that we all have our parts to play in ensuring that that is top-notch for us as a country, Nigeria. Please let's appreciate him one more time as I invite to the podium for her address the representative of the DG of NIMSI, Madam Iwok, for the NIMSI's address. Please, can we give her a round of applause as she comes? After that, of course, we're going to be taking remarks from NASATEM. Please, let's get prepared for that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. A keynote address by the DG Director General, CEO, National Identity Management Commission, NIMSI, Engineer Abisoye Koka Odushote. The theme of this summit is Governance, People, Innovation, Future Economy. All protocols duly observed. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before you today at the Digivation Future Summit and Award, a premier gathering of futurists where we explore and celebrate the intersection of governance, people, innovation, and future economy. The theme of this summit, Governance, People, Innovation, and Future Economy, is not just a reflection of times we live in, but a call to action for all stakeholders committed in shaping a sustainable and inclusive future for Africa. In a rapidly evolving world driven by technological advancements, the role of governance is critical in ensuring that innovation serves the people, fosters economic growth, and addresses the unique challenges of our continent. Today, I would like to share insights on how NIMSI is contributing to the vision through strategic initiatives, innovations, and partnerships, governance and digital identity. At NIMSI, we recognize that the future of governance is intrinsic and linked to digital identity. A secured and a reliable, inclusive digital identity system is the cornerstone of effective governance, enabling citizens to access services, exercise their rights, and participate fully in digital economy. Over the past years, NIMSI has made significant strides in ensuring Nigeria digital identity ecosystem moves forward. We have leveraged cutting-edge technologies to ensure that every Nigerian is uniquely identified and that the identity is securely protected. Our commitment is to ensure that no one is left out in this digital transformation of our society. Innovation is not just about technology. It is about people. It is about empowering individuals, communities, businesses to thrive in an ever-changing world. At NIMSI, we have placed people at the center of our innovation. We are continuously developing and deploying solutions that are not only technologically advanced, but also user-friendly, inclusive, and tailored to the needs of our diverse population. Through our strategic programs, we have expanded our outreach, ensuring that even the most remote and undeserved communities have access to digital identity services. We are also collaborating with private sector partners to drive financial inclusion, enhance service delivery, and create new economic opportunities. What is the future economy? The future economy of Africa will be driven by data technology and innovation. In this new economy, digital identity will play a pivotal role in enabling seamless transactions, fostering trust, and driving economic growth. NIMSI is committed to building a robust digital identity infrastructure that will support future economy and position Nigeria as a leader in digital age. We are not just building for today, we are building for the future. Our vision is to create a digital identity ecosystem that is secured and interoperable and scalable, capable of supporting the aspirations of our people and the ambition of our nation. What is the call to action we have today? The call to action as we gather today here is to urge all stakeholders, government, private sector players, civil society organizations, and innovators to join hands in driving the future we envision. Let us work together to harness the power of technology and foster innovation and build an economy that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. At NIMSI, we are ready to play our parts. We are committed to driving the digital transformation of Nigeria by contributing to the broader Africa agenda of innovation and economic growth. Our self-service modification solution, our effort to revamp the general multipurpose card issuance with multiple case uses, a number of mobile enrollment solutions impacting and enhancing flexibility and reach, a strategic partnership with ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as private sector, has brought about a multi-sectoral improvements across various sectors of the economy, including but not limited to financial, telecommunications, security, social programs, to mention but a few. Verification systems are not just a few ways we have recalibrated, re-engineered, and repositioned the NIMSI to deliver its mandate. In conclusion, I would like to specially express my gratitude to the organizers of this summit for bringing us together to discuss these critical issues. I am confident that the insights and ideas we share here today will inspire action and drive positive change across the continent. Thank you once again for having me, and I look forward to a continued collaboration in building a brighter and innovative, prosperous future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's applaud Mrs. Nkoyo Iwok, representative of the DG of NIMSI. Let's appreciate her and all that they do at NIMS. I mean, she spoke about how secure digital identity is key, and then NIMSI has, had significant strides in ensuring that identity as Nigerians, even as a country, Nigeria, is secured. I was just trying to look up on the internet, and just 3 minutes ago, I saw that NIMSI has a way to update your information at home. You don't need to go through all of the queues. That's technology, that's innovation, and that's the future. Please, let's give it up for NIMS one more time. We're going to take another remark. This time around is from the DG of the National Center for Technology Management, NACETEM, Dr. Olushola Odusonya. Please, let's appreciate him as he comes. One more time, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to appreciate the organizers as well as appreciate all of you who took your time to come here. It's a pleasure to come and felicitate with Lagos people when they are in their best of moods. You are not in traffic, you are in an air-conditioned room, so it's a nice time to interact and talk about the future of Nigeria, and especially a future that is very important. I'm also happy to see the customs here. They are not asking you for your documents, how your car was imported, and all of that. We will get to a point where the new economy of Nigeria is going to be data-driven. That economy that is bigger than oil, that is bigger than everything we have known, is ICT. The next frontier of Nigeria's development is digital, and the currency is going to be data. So in that future, the average person will need to improve their skills, not particularly learn new skills, but essentially we are going to have a situation where life will generally become better if we choose. Because in all instances, technology is there. If you decide to apply it positively, it will be positive. If you apply it in a negative form, that is the end that you will get. So what we have been doing in the National Center for Technology Management is for us to accelerate what we have been doing before. When I came on board about a year ago, what I learned was that being an agency that was designed to train middle and high-level manpower in both public and private sector. We have been having boardroom meetings where we'll come and wow people, especially middle-level, high-level manpower people, and they'll be so excited and say, oh, next year I want to have this training again and again and again. And I felt that was not sufficient. We have 200 million Nigerians, if we are going to believe the census. And those of them who are public servants like myself are less than 1 million. Now, if you now do the average, it will mean that every community in Nigeria is not represented in public service. That's what it means. Because you can't have 1 million people representing more than 200 million people. There will be some villages, some communities who don't have representatives within public service. True or not? Now, for us, we felt there is no how 200 people can service, one person can service 200 people. For that person to service 200 people, he has to be efficient. And what we are going to be talking about today is how to bring about efficiency across all sectors of the economy. The musicians nowadays can play music with one person. All he does is add his own creativity by singing, but he uses technology to achieve all of that. So what we did when I came on board was to digitize all our training services, so that when we meet you in the boardroom, we now tell you that you have to go online and do a course that can give you a certificate. That certificate adds to you, and that certificate is global. So that you don't stop getting excited about the work that you are being taught or whatever. You also get a certificate that when you leave that job, you can do something else with yourself and improve society. So the first assignment I gave myself was to digitize. Then I started trying to convince government officials to make sure they gave us money. So everybody now from level 12 and above, the government has supported me, and I'm going to have computers for them, and then they will also be computer literate. Nigeria spends 5 billion naira every year on paper. If you go to the customs desk, sorry, I'm picking on you guys. You will move from one place to the other, you'll be dealing with paper. But I'm sure with the new CG, we are going to have a situation where all these things will be digital. All that 5 billion naira we spend on paper is coming from Asia. There is a company in Nigeria called Konga. Their biggest business is to transport paper. Can you believe? And we have trees that can be pulped, producing paper and all of that. So the work we have to do is a lot as a nation. We need to rebuild our country almost from scratch. All those impediments that will stop us from agriculture and make us one of the giants, we need to remove them. When Nigeria was #1 producer of oil palm, we were picking oil palm from the forests, not because we were actually producing. There are ways now to understand the soil types and all of that, and all of these are ICT-driven digital economies. So, aside from that, I started looking at opportunities we can have by having applications. So we developed apps. Some of these apps have now become issues that we are now having copyrights on them. In some cases, we are trying to get patents. Apps that will help you understand the trajectory. One of the good examples is an ASETEM collects ICT data. We also collect what we call STI, Science Technology Indicators. Let me give an example. If Nigeria has a shortfall of nurses and lawyers, nurses and doctors and engineers, how will you know if that shortfall is happening now? It's simply by knowing who is studying physics in secondary school. So we are collecting data up to that point to know who is that person studying physics in secondary school and who is teaching physics. Now, when you look at the data we have collected from universities, the number of people who study physics is either they get first class or third class. There are years when some universities don't graduate any physics graduates. Therefore, there is a deficit in physics teachers. Therefore, you are going to have deficits in people who are studying physics in secondary school. And therefore, in a few years, Nigeria will not have enough scientists and engineers to drive its economy. And you are beginning to see it without knowing. Every time you go to the airport, you see people coming. Those people who are coming in are coming from places where they have skills. whereas we are jackpying and trying to go out. They are seeing opportunities we don't see. And this is part of the function of NACETEM, to let government make data-driven decision-making. So we collect all manner of indicators that help governments decide the appropriate way to manage the economy and to know where to focus attention on. So we are telling government, focus on physics education now, because the person who will become a doctor will study physics. The nurse, the engineer, the coder, which other STEM subject, any STEM subject, physics is at the center. So if you are not teaching physics, you are not teaching for the future of Nigeria. So this is the kind of data we collect, sensitizing government that you need to take action now. In other countries, what they have done is that before you become a graduate in secondary school, before you have a certificate in secondary school, all you are going to have to do is the same subject, so there is no difference. Everybody who is in secondary school studies the same subject. In those climes, you don't have these bifurcations we have in our economy. These bifurcations are disenfranchising our system, and we are advising government, please, from the data we have collected, these are the things we have seen, and these things are helping us to understand the future of Nigeria better. So in summary, I'll be interacting with people here, encouraging the digital evolution of Nigeria, and I want to promise, especially the young people, not many of who are here, that the future of Nigeria is digital, and that future is going to be driven by data. So anybody who understands all of this will understand that you need to retool. Whatever skills you have to improve upon it. Whatever action you are doing, you have to improve upon it. Believe me, the lawyer needs digitization to arrogate all the information he has. We are having to hear about ChatGPT. It's only a language model, and every language understands and has a model. So this model is digital in nature, and it brings the divisions between science and arts, it brings it to nothing. We are now in a stage where we have to decide in our secondary schools, do you allow people to use AI in the classroom? Just like a time when we were trying to say, could students use computers to study mathematics? And I remember some of my teachers felt it was an abomination to use to use calculator for mathematics. The decision we have to make now is protesting. The decision we have to make now is, do we allow our children to use AI to answer questions that we pose to them? They are already doing so. In Bayes University, they confess to us that 60% of their students report their assignments using AI. And the teacher now sits down trying to write and gauge those answers. You see that the children are in a digital world, the teacher is analog. So all of us parents, all of us who are leaders in our various categories, we need to digitize. And I'm very happy that this summit is coming at this time. And we are trying to come together, to think together as a nation. Many things are wrong. The correction is in our hands, and we are the ones who are going to digitize Nigeria and get us into that sustainable future that Nigeria requires. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Wow. I thought we were supposed to applaud when he said his commission was giving out free laptops. Yes, I was expecting a round of applause. Let's appreciate what they're doing there. For his staff, at least he starts somewhere now. Charity begins at home. Is it your staff? No, she's insisting that it should be for everybody, right? At least he's starting from somewhere, and that is key. He has told us that the next frontier is digital, and currency will be the data. And all we need to do is to retool. Talking about why everybody should be at par, I have a neighbor's daughter that she's crying now. She passed her last WAEC, everything BAs, and had a D in English. So she had to go back again just because of that. And she wants to study nursing. I'm wondering, nursing English, I mean, I'm wondering, I'm looking forward to a time where, like my former boss would say, that she prefers someone with certificate than someone with certificate. I hope we get there someday. Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him one more time. Well, we're going to the final panel session for today. Lunch is almost served, but we're going to do that quickly. After that, we'll take the remark from the representative of His Excellency, and then we'll move straight to the awards. We're going to make it as fast as possible, I promise you that, and then we'll go for lunch. Please permit me to invite to the podium for the lead speaker presentation, and it will be done by Mr. Oluwatoni Olubenga, Energy Tech and Project Leader, a tech enthusiast that is very passionate about the future. Let's give him a round of applause. While I also invite the panelists, so at least as is done, we delve straight into it. Ifoma Oko, InfoSec and GRC consultant at Digital Encode. Let's give her a round of applause. Dr. Roslyn Isimeto, innovator, researcher, University of Lagos. Ahmed Afolabi, co-founder, Bidiga AI. Peter Ejiofor, represented by Goodness Opani, CSA, Ethnos Cyber Limited. Please let's give them a round of applause. And last but not the least, Nero Oyekale. Please let's appreciate them as I hand over the microphone to the lead speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. Good day. Okay. So, we're talking about governance, innovation, people, and the future economy. Are we complete? Okay. And the focus of this is for us to know how to position as a country so that we are not left out in what is happening. The issue here is, maybe I should give a context, perspective to this. There are speculations that about 85 million jobs are going to be lost because of artificial intelligence, for instance. But then, on the other side, it's also speculated that about 97 million will be created by that same AI. So the question is, do we choose to focus on the disruption that is coming, or we're going to focus on the advantages, what we can leverage, and how do we profit from what is to come? So if you take a look at it, we're talking about 12 million net that is going to be created. So 12 million is significant. Imagine that we have just 6 million out of it, even in Nigeria. And I'm telling you, that's going to be a major addition. So how do we leverage as a people? How do we leverage as a country? How do we leverage, even from our cultural perspective, so that we can benefit and we can create an economy of the future? So I will start from my far right, and the question now is, how can we leverage as a country? How can we leverage to position in terms of governance, in terms of the people, and in terms of what we are going to create, the innovation, so that we can profit from what is to come? Of course, there is going to be disruptions, no doubt about that. But how do we leverage?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Like you rightly said, innovation, growth, two concepts that are largely connected. And for us to be able to grow, it has to come from within. We must continue to innovate. We must continue to seek either new ways or improve on the already existing ways that we are doing. We talked about artificial intelligence as a catalyst for growth. Artificial intelligence has always existed. It's not the reason why it's becoming a buzzword today, because we have more data, we have more interconnectivity, and we have more people who are interested in it. I work in a cybersecurity company industry. We're focusing on using cybersecurity solutions to protect organizations that exist within various industries. And we have seen that innovation is at the core of what we are doing today as a way of growing, because we exist in this digital space, and digital space is continuing to grow. But we cannot grow, we have to grow in a secure way. At some point, the number of people who are going to be connected within the digital space is going to more than triple within the next 3 to 5 years. But as more and more people are becoming interconnected, there is also a need for us to continue to be connected in a secure way. And that is the point, that is the reason why innovation, leveraging the power of artificial intelligence comes into play as a way of using cybersecurity to protect how people connect to the digital space, the humans that are in the digital space, how to protect them, because we are going to have more and more humans who are going to be existing in the digital space. How can we be able to protect these people, especially the more vulnerable people? How can we be able to protect the tools that we're using to connect, our phones, our laptops, the applications we are using to talk to, the banking applications and all of that? How can we be able to protect them in such a way that as we grow, we do not grow and, things doesn't get out of hand? So these are some of the conversations we are having, starting from using cybersecurity as a way of growing and also protecting at the point of innovation within our economy.
Thank you very much for that, because this is a fundamental component of data governance, that the data itself has to be secured. But I would say part of this, a critical component of data governance is the quality of the data itself. I know in Nigeria, like NIMSI is doing a lot, and a lot of organizations are also contributing to the quality of data we have. But the concern today is harmonizing this data. So we have data that position here and there. The question now is, what can we do to improve on the quality of data that we have and to harmonize this data for economic prosperity? Ma'am, you want to speak to that?
I would want to react to this, your first question, because I'm in the academic sphere, and you asked about how we can use AI to solve problems. It's going to destroy some jobs and create some jobs. So I think I'm going to start from there, because I'm very passionate about that. It is true AI is going to destroy some jobs. Fine. But I want to say that, Africa has so many problems. We have problems upon problems upon problems. And this affords us countless opportunities. So what do? It's important we learn technology and then learn how to leverage technology to solve these problems. So we have so much more to do than to lose. We have so many innovations to create. Now, we would ask, the youth are the various, we have so many youth everywhere in our schools, our institutions, secondary school, universities, because I'm from the University of Lagos. Why are the youth not churning out the solutions? What is preventing us from delivering? We have so many problems. So many problems. I'm presenting my constituency. So many problems. First is the internet access, which is not available. What we have is, because I spoke to my students now to ask what's the level of access, they said it's capped. Everything is managed. Our engineering faculties are dead. If you go to our faculties of engineering, the infrastructures there were there before I was born. UNILAG was set up in the 60s. It's the same set of facilities that are still there. Now, we're in the fourth and going to the fifth industrial revolution. Are we having the necessary resources to make it happen? We don't have anything. We don't have anything. Is it the hardware? Is it the software? I listed things here. I'm in computer science. The software, we don't have them. Even MATLAB is expensive. Where can we start from? Yes, I'm here to say it because we have the people, the authority here. So let's run. Now, for the hardware, for instance, we need Arduino boards. We need IoT devices for the connectivity. We need robotics toolkit. We don't have anything in our hardware laboratory that is modern. Oh, we have our old wares bought many years ago before I joined the university, because I joined 2010. Yeah.
So essentially, you're talking about investing.
Yes. We need people, not just government now. There are so many people spending money, millions on weddings. What is it going to, what does it lead to? Where does it lead to? You just burn money, burn dollars, burn dollars. Students are there, they don't have laptops. They don't have ordinary laptops. For some first-class brains, 2-1 students, no laptops from poor homes. Nigerians that are wealthy should come to us. They should come to us, ask us, where can we support you? And then we will tell them this is what we need. Abroad, we have some rich families. They have foundations. They come to the schools. They want to support with this, support with this. We name a project after them, and then they support. Nigerians are so rich. You have 100 cars. You buy private jets. You spend 10 million for wedding. Spray dollars, spray dollars, spray dollars. And students are hungry, dying. Okay. And then these students, you think they won't end up as robbers?
Okay.
Some will end up as robbers because they're angry with the system. Some armed robbers, some Yahoo boys are graduates of engineering. Nobody cares for them. And even the ones that are abroad, they are suffering. Mr. Tim Makano talked about the ambassadors linking up with our youths in diaspora, supporting them and making them do something. They don't care for our youths. You are your own abroad. If you have a problem, the ambassadors there, the embassies don't care. So a lot of things are wrong. I don't understand it because I'm angry. I'm angry. A lot of things are wrong. Shit. Would your father leave his hungry child, hungry daughter, and go and buy Jeep?
That's the passion. That's the passion. And I think
they should come to us and ask us, Minister of Education, Minister of Technology, Minister of Innovation, they should meet us, those of us in engineering, meet those of us in computer science. Let us tell them what we need to drive the new, this fourth industrial, even fifth industrial revolution. We don't have anything. So the lecturers need to training.
I think the gap here is a problem of a disconnect.
I don't know what is happening.
There is a disconnect.
Big one.
Who needs what and who has what.
So priorities should be set right.
Because, for instance, the government will still tell you there are investments in education. Maybe through the PTDF and other facilities.
Third fund. You apply, it takes 2-3 years to get the money. And how much would they give you?
Third fund. Now, but the question now is, are you investing in my priorities if I'm the one who needs it? And how much do you have to invest? Because what you invest as well will in a way influence your return on investment. And you know, this also let's say dovetails into politics, because in politics as well, you see the politicians are closer to the people during election. And somehow after election, you just find out that, because, for instance, during the upcoming election, the election that passed, I got text messages from would-be leaders, senators, and things like that. And the question is, after election, I didn't get anything like that. I mean, just text message or something to say, this is what we're doing, or this is what we want to do. The point now is, okay, sorry. Oh, so sorry. It's like, can you hear me pretty well now? Thank you very much. Apologies, I've been talking to myself. Okay, so I was talking about the disconnect, and I was talking about politics in a way. So the government, in a way, is also investing, I would say. Maybe the investment is not enough, and maybe it's not channeled correctly. Now, why the disconnection between the people and the government? Why does that happen, particularly after the elections? Because in the build-up to the elections, you might get text messages, whether it's broadcast or it's intentional. Somebody has your information somewhere. It means there is a database. They access the information from somewhere. And they know that this particular individual is crucial to my election ambition and is able to communicate, vote for me, and things like that. So what happened? Why is it that we don't get that? after the elections to say, okay, there is this bill that concerns us. Are you for it or against it? So, and then I collate whatever is coming from my constituency members, and I go to say, oh, yes, my people are saying yes, or no, my people are saying no. You understand? So what is causing the disconnect, and how can we reconnect the people and the government? Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. And I feel for my sister here. But come of it, 16 years is no joke. After spending 16 years in school, our graduates are on the streets. Some of us are saying they are unemployable. Some people are saying there are no employment. When you look at the school system, you realize that our graduates are not even being prepared for any opportunities in today's market. So even if there are no investments, what have we been doing at the school level? Number one, this is 2024, and no attempt has been made to officially integrate digital literacy into any level of Nigeria education system. If we think we have done that, we are only living on assumptions. We assume a lot. The criterion for employment in 160 countries of the globe today, there is no institution of higher learning in Nigeria that is actually graduating anybody into the labor market with the minimum requirement. So what are we talking about? We are assuming if I continue to invest and you are not giving me a result, will I continue to invest? That is it. So let us be realistic. And for the universities, we should remember that there is the new CCMAS that has only 70% of what a graduate will require to function in the market from NUC. And the schools have been challenged and empowered to look for the 30%. What have we been looking for? Have we actually gotten the 30% that we solve the problem of Nigeria through the school system? This government is doing what they're supposed to do. When you look at the, the Central Delivery Coordination Unit of the presidency, they came out with 8 priority areas. And on the priority area 7 is the diversification of economy through digitization, industrialization, creative art, and innovation. You are talking of 6 million. The government has set a target of 70 million, right? That they are over-ambitious. But what are we doing to achieve this target? That is it. Let us know today. There's this concept called digital literacy. To so many Nigerians, we've not actually come to terms to understand what that concept is. And if we want to solve the problem of Nigeria today, we need to embrace digital literacy because that is the global solution to 21st century problems. So what is digital literacy? It goes beyond I can use a software or a digital device to include the following. Digital literacy is a continuum of skills, not one skill. And it has 5 components. Are we actually teaching the 5 components of digital literacy? That is the question we need to ask ourselves. One is digital literacy, the basic, which is the ISA 3. That is the criterion for employment in 160 countries. The second one is the 4 C's, communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. The third one is entrepreneurship and small business. That you need to be entrepreneurial and be enterprising. You must be able to recognize opportunities, start a business, run a business, sales and marketing, financial management. Then you now talk of the career part. UNESCO is saying for you to be relevant and be able to navigate this century without so much problems, you need to be able to use this basic 3 to enhance your career. So careers are just 2. One is either computer or digital driven, and the others should be IT supported.
So to the point itself, how do we bring the government and the people on the same.
Thank you very much.
Because the
People,
way it is.
oh, yeah. See, I just said it now, that government came up with framework, National Digital Literacy Framework. What have we done about it as people? That NUC said 70% the academic minimum standard, 30% from the school. What has the school done? There are policies, there are bills, there are everything. What have we done as people? We need to retrace ourselves, our steps. We need to embrace standard. We need to work with government. We shouldn't have it in mind that government has not done anything. Okay. So what I'm saying in essence is this: the policies are there for people to implement. When people refuse to implement, that is what leads us into all this wahala. You understand that? So the school system should do what is needful.
So in terms of standards, that brings me to a question. Today we have the national AI strategy. Something.
There are no standards.
Yeah, that's a strategy.
It's a strategy.
That's a strategy.
We need to implement
now,
it.
So, I would ask, what are the standards you feel we should adopt or incorporate as a country? Because there are global standards. So maybe there are things we can adopt locally, or that we need to create locally.
Thank you very much. I don't know. Okay, I'm on mic, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if anybody have ever heard of the phrase, money is not everything. The concept of money is not everything used to be an old adage. But because we have actually moved from our old age to the new age, and we made money everything, and money on its own, especially when our economy is concerned, is a scarce resource. So going back to technology, I'm talking about artificial intelligence. What we are doing is that we are creating value beyond money, because money restricts us into achieving a lot of things that are possible for us to achieve. I've seen government officials here talking about budgets of 2024, not been released yet. They are still, restricting them to a lot of things that they are supposed to achieve as an organization. So talking about artificial intelligence, what we are actually doing and what I see that actually can create value, especially where there are bridges, among or between two or different entities, is restructuring the society in such a way that value can actually move from hand to hand, even when there are less resource when it comes to money.
Are there specific standards we should consider?
Yes. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ahmed Afolabi. I'm a technology design engineer, and I'm a co-founder to Bidaga AI. So Bidaga AI actually is an AI platform that can actually let you do a lot of things with human language. We call it plain language. Like, you're able to talk to an artificial intelligence machine, and it gets you things done. Say, for instance, booking airline tickets, making purchases, and all that. So when we say money is not everything, is that, for instance, today we are powering inventory system management of the biggest IT supplier in Nigeria. And what we actually made happen or possible in that regard is that today you can talk to an artificial intelligence machine to make procurement of computer, ICT equipment. And in this orientation, you don't even need money to execute a lot of purchase order. So what we are saying—
In terms of standards, what are we looking at?
Yeah, what we're looking at is there are actually bridges when it comes to procuring a lot of things that are setting us back, achieving a lot of things maybe as young people. You talk about schools not having access to computers. You talk about students not having access to the facilities they are supposed to have access to. So when we are talking about a kind of solution that we have, it now means as an organization, government, private organization, or whatever, you actually can purchase a lot of all these items without getting money involved in the first place. And maybe you're expecting your budget, the budget is coming, maybe you're expecting a lot of things. So artificial intelligence today can actually cover up for you in that regard,
Thank you
create
very much.
values for you. Yeah.
Thank you. Sir, I'll come back to you just in 30 seconds. What do you think in terms of standards or regulations we should be adopting as a country to position for this future economy to the farthest right, please?
All right, so I'm going to be looking at the standards in terms of data quality, standards in terms of information security. We've been talking about, one common thing that we're seeing among all of us is information. At every point in time, at every sphere, one thing that cuts across everybody is information, and we're seeing it from place to place. For information and for information security, right now in Nigeria, we already have standards that have already been put in place. The NDPR standard, for example, the National Data Protection Regulation, is a standard that was introduced by NITSDA to curb the excesses of organizations that
Data management.
for data privacy. All right, for data privacy, we have already seen that in play. All right, and we just recently, I think they fined Fidelity Bank 555 million naira because they violated data privacy for organizations. So again, you already have standards that already exist.
Okay.
The problem about the standards is not about, we don't need to create more and more standards. The implementation is the most important thing, and that's where we have technologies for implementing some of these standards.
So to summarize, the power is now in the hands of the people, right? So, ma'am, what do you think as, I see the passion, just 30 seconds to conclude. What do you think the people should do? Yes, we've talked about what the government is not doing or what the government is doing, but what do you think the people should do to summarize, finally? Individual or corporate organizations?
Sorry. I said they should also support us. They can come to us. What do you need? Where do we come in? For instance, my final year thesis students were using the latest technology, generative AI, to do some automations of some local problems I see, because I generate ideas. We need to implement. To build these solutions, we have to use GPT laptops. We have to use cloud platforms like Google Cloud or Azure or Amazon. We have to pay in dollars.
Thank you very much.
So a company can reach us. Where do we support? Well, we can say we need subscription for this project, and then they can help us. Okay. So it's not only government, individuals, corporate bodies can reach to us, and then we can, as is done in other parts of the world.
Thank you very much. So I would just, to conclude, as an individual, I wouldn't know what you're doing already, but I would say that the future is in your own hands. Because if you don't own it, another person will own it on your behalf. We have phones, laptops, gadgets that we can use to access a whole lot of information. The question now is, what information are you accessing and which ones are you using? We've had the right regulatory framework in place. We have people that are willing to invest, even if Nigeria is not willing to invest as a government. I can tell you that there are grants and a couple of things in different parts of the world. I will not go into all the details of that. The African Development Bank, the Afrexim Bank, and a couple of multilateral organizations that are willing to invest. But the question is, what are we doing as a people? What are we doing as individuals? You have Meta AI on your phone. You have a lot of information on your phone. What information are you accessing and how are you using this? And this is what I will conclude with. The future is in your hands. It's yours to take it. Thank you very much. Because it took more than 30 seconds.
Let me say this. Excuse me. You see, the future economy is global. We should now start to think global, right? So there are global standards all over everywhere for competencies. Certification is very, very key if we want to forge ahead. So I will employ everybody, Nigerians, to embrace certification, and that is likely to be the way out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you.
Let's have a picture session. Can we have the photographers? Let's give them a round of applause. I can see the passion from the Unilag rep there. Yes, I mean, I almost wanted to shed a tear while she was laying all of the emphasis, and that's the truth. My moderator cannot be hidden. Please, can we adjust that? Thank you very much for that powerful one. And I know time is not enough for us to dissect truly the issues there are with the topic you just trashed. And maybe some of these other discussions can happen over lunch. Very quickly, right after this picture session, smile. Smile. Mr. Hillary, you will not come to the meeting this time, you stayed here. Don't mind me. I like looking for his trouble. Smile. The future is now. The future is digital. The future is data. Certification is real and is the way to go. Okay. After now, you can continue the fight at the back. I understand where she's coming from. But again, I thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll be coming with a referee at the back. Let's continue with that. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them as they go back to their seats. Before we started, I asked you to check out what's happening to your neighbor. Please, I need you to check. Is your neighbor still sitting with you? The person you spoke with in the morning, is this or she still seated close to you? If you are looking for your neighbor, let me know, please, so that we can declare a state of emergency. But at this point, we're going to be inviting, once again, the very soft-spoken Director, Strategy, Communications, and Event Management, Nasarawa State Government, that is representing His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, who will be talking to us about what Nasarawa is doing differently. I enjoyed the last time they spoke about it. I mean, they've gotten awards as the digital state, and I know they are doing more. And he's here to give us more insight. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up today's discussion, let's give it up for Mr. Yakubu Lamai once again. Can the dance troupe get ready for the dance presentation? We're going to be doing that side-by-side lunch. Yes, he's the only person standing between us and lunch. And so let's see how that goes. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, I honestly would not want to be the one standing between you and lunch. It's a very tall order, so I think I'd better speak very fast. First, and again, I'd like to thank the organizers of Digivation, Dr. Byra Gabi, and all those who have brought up this very unique forum for cross-fertility, and again, especially for everyone that's part of this event. I've been asked to speak about Nasarawa State, what we're doing differently, what Nasarawa State, led by His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, is doing that has made the state what you might call a best-kept secret, especially where investment is concerned. Now, this will require me retooling the story. His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule was the immediate past group managing director of Dangote Sugar. And before that, at one time, he was managing director of African Petroleum, that is AP. So he came into governance as executive governor of Nasarawa State about 5 years ago with over 30 years, experience in corporate governance, working in the sugar, oil and gas industries of both the United States of America and Nigeria. So I think the first thing that we did under his very inspired leadership was the governor, Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, came to Nasarawa State prepared to work. And I know that a lot of times, a huge proportion of our political leaders seem to sort of stumble into leadership. Some may appear a bit clueless, And some might even appear as if the office they hold is a learning ground, or even the office and the scope and the scale of the office itself is one that overwhelms them. So often and on, you find politicians assume very huge positions of leadership without coming prepared. Now, I can pin that to a practical index. To come prepared to be governor of Nasarawa State and coming from the private sector, what Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule did was he got the international hub, PricewaterhouseCoopers, to do a study on Nasarawa State just as a candidate, I mean, as somebody who was vying to become governor. Know the potentials of this state. He was leaving Lagos State and going to the north central in the northern region, which isn't as highly industrialized as what obtains here in Lagos. So he needed to know the potentials of the state. What were the competitive advantages? And one is the fact that Nasarawa State has a very unique proximity to the Federal Capital Territory. Over 60% of the land mass between Nasarawa State and the FCT at that border corridor at the very fringe of the FCT is Nasarawa State. On the other flank, you find Niger State. So the proximity of being just beside the Federal Capital Territory is one that has served a lot of states and, anywhere in any country. In the United States, you find there's a place called Maryland, which is just next to Washington, D.C. And Maryland, takes from the buffer of being, the alternate to Washington, D.C. and gains a lot of advantage from that proximity. The same advantage that Ogun is getting with, Lagos, where you find a lot of the industries moving to Ogun if they can't come into Lagos. So with the, how expensive FCT is, Nasarawa State is naturally supposed to become your business alternative. But before the coming of His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Sule, that potential was not fully explored. So he created a document called the Nasarawa the Nasarawa Economic Development Strategy, NEDS. And it has been our economic blueprint for the last 5 years. We have used that to harness that proximity to the Federal Capital Territory. So you have very vast arable land in the state for agriculture, which has invited big multinationals from Dangote, and Dangote are building the largest sugar refinery in the whole of Africa, I presume, because it's larger than the one in Sudan. It's in Nasarawa State, it's in Awe. Olams is having the largest rice farm in Africa. Nasarawa State is second in sesame. Flour mills has cassava in Toto. Now, how do you do all of this to make the state an investment destination and an investment frontier? What have we been doing that is very different? Very simple. Ease of doing business. The praxis of business, attune and in sync with world global best practices of doing business. You want to register in Nasarawa State, it is within the twinkle of an eye, if I'm going to use that phrase. You get digital access, you have arable land that is available to you, so profit margin is very high, there's concession on tax and so on. And for those who are living in Abuja, or those who are living in Lagos, and they tell you that when you're coming to the FCT, rent is very expensive for very small houses. Now, there's a place that's very, quote unquote, the elite aspect of Abuja. It's called Maitama. Now right across Maitama, there's a hill called the Mpape Hill. If you just break that particular hill, you're in Nasarawa State. And that's how close the proximity is. So for that particular, just that access alone, Nasarawa State acquired 13,000 hectares of land. Now 13,000 hectares of land is larger than the city of Paris, is larger than Geneva. And within that 13,000 hectares of land, we're building an industrial city. That industrial city will be just next door on the very corridor of Maitama. And you have everything that is top-notch, that is smart, compliant, universities, hospitals, and industries. So that way, you can get the same quality of life or even higher than what you would get in the FCT right across the road in Nasarawa State. It becomes an alternative for you. And I think that is the reason why the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, also decided to start building another small mega, we have the Renewed Hope Housing Estate, and we have the Renewed Hope City that also is going to be built in Nasarawa State. So you have business practice that welcomes investors. And that is why a lot are rushing globally to Nasarawa State. Basically, that is what we've been doing. What else has the governor been doing? He's insisted on accountability. A lot of investors would want to come to a state that is not corruption-ridden. And the way you can do that is you anchor whatever you're doing on digital technology. You have ICT to do centralized billing. You have ICT to make sure that your CFOs are very fast and very rapid. We do all of that. And then government is accessible. For instance, I called somebody back. Even this morning while I was in Lagos, His Excellency sent me someone's message. It's about 8 a.m. and I called the person, and the lady was like overwhelmed. This is government. She hasn't even taken something written on paper, but government is actually responding to you and reaching out to you. So the locale is accessible, business practice is global standard, and then you have legal frameworks. There's a legal framework for PPP, public-private partnership, that is secured by law. And you also have public procurement laws as well that make sure that what you put in is actually what you're going to get. Then there's an interface between the investor and the immediate community, so that whatever you do as goodwill for the community is one that is recognized by the government. Now, if we, these are the basic policies that we're doing, but we're also, actualizing them, we're exemplifying them, we're also physicalizing them by our persona of just being open, transparent, affordable, and then giving people the sort of livability and welcome that people desire to come and make a life in Nasarawa State. So right now, as the indices show, Nasarawa State is amongst the top 3 most competitive destinations in the country. We have held 2 business summits. They're biannual within a span of 2 years each. And basically, you're welcome, actually. And I think this is how I should end what I'm saying. You're welcome to vacate Lagos and come to Nasarawa State. And I'm very serious. I know that Lagos is at the tipping edge of creativity and innovation. And I know that you, in Lagos, you guys are so advanced that you're building cities on the Atlantic. But with the way climate change is, sometimes the cities built on the Atlantic is actually better to stand on very solid, steady ground. We have a huge, vast land. There's no sea anywhere near it. You're coming. You're okay here. No, isn't it too congested? No, but when you have you see, that is why Dangote and a lot of these people, flour mills and Olams, they're all moving there. And the evidence is there. You understand? Okay, have an alternate home. Remain in Lagos on top of the Atlantic, but have a house in Nasarawa State. Is that one is better, ba? All right, so thank you very much. We'd like to thank the Digivation organizers for giving us the platform to say so much about Nasarawa State. The entire country is open. I think we're a country of promise, and wherever you go, I mean, if the legislation is right and the government is attuned to giving people welcome, you would grow as rapidly as Nasarawa State is growing, and we thank you for this very unique opportunity, and thank you. God bless you.
Someone was saying you excluded security, but I know.
Security, and for a businessman, no person, no investor goes to a place that is crisis-ridden. Nasarawa State is the most secure state in the North Central. We have held back what they call Darussalam. They went to Toto a couple of years back to use that as a launching pad to attack Abuja. And what have we been able to do? We got the cooperation of the previous President Buhari, to set up an airfare reconnaissance base where we take care of the entire North Central. We have all the bases. We have Indoma, we have super camps, and so on. And there's security is multifaceted, multivocal, and multi-layered, and we're applying all of that. So if you look around the North Central, you look at Benue, you look at Plateau, you look at Taraba, you look at Kaduna South, while all of the turmoil might be happening around Nasarawa State, if you check the records, well, it's very calm. It's the very cool sea that you have here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's just have just a picture, quick one before. So bragging rights. Yeah, I mean, Nasarawa State is inviting us with open arms to at least get an extension. I know we love Lagos. Some Lagosians were so used to the hustling and bustling that we don't want to leave. But like he said, you can still be here, but just have an alternative right there in Nasarawa State. Thank you very much again. Representing Nasarawa State government, Mr. Yakubu Lamai there. At this point, after this picture, Dr. Bayero will be leading this team to the table. Can the ushers help me? Lunch is served, but we're going to take it table by table. Let's attend to speakers and VIPs. Everybody here is important, but for orderliness, we'll be attending to that movement table by table. Our ushers are here to direct you. While I leave you in the hands of eFest Production to entertain us while our lunch is served. Right immediately after that, as we're done eating or getting close to us getting done to eat, with the food, we'll delve straight into the awards. We have about 15 awards this afternoon, and we're going to take it back to back. So please bear with us as I leave you in the hands of eFest Production. Can the ushers help us with coordinating lunch so that we can take it table by table? Please, let's be patient. It's going to get to the final table in the next 30 minutes or less. Thank you very much, eFest. Take it away. Dr. Bayero, please lead that group.
Yakubu Lamai to join Dr. Bayera Gabi. Chief Yemi Solade, please join them too. Madam Ewok, the head procurement, National Identity Management Commission, please join them. And Barrister Osilama Ozekome, son of revered legal luminary, headman of the Nigerian Customs Service. The Comptroller General of Customs is doing a very good job at this time, and indeed we have to appreciate his representatives.
And I share this award with each one of them. The Nigerian Customs Service supports digital innovation while striving to enforce reform modernization initiatives that meet the dynamic nature of 21st century. I would like to make this clarification concerning the earlier comments on the manual process involved in NCS operations. When it comes to the clearance of goods, customs is just a segment of it. I can tell you boldly that NCS operations are automated and fully integrated. What we need is port modernization, where every party involved in the supply chain and movement of goods are properly streamlined into a single window system. As we look to the future economy, we must remember that our work is not only about advancing technology, but also about ensuring that its benefits reach everyone. Digital innovation has the power to bridge gaps, empower community, and create sustainable growth. But it also comes with responsibility to use that power wisely, ethnically, and inclusively. This award motivates us to continue pushing boundaries, to keep exploring new frontiers, and remain committed to build a future economy that is as equitable as it is innovative. Together, we can create a world where technology serves as a force for good, driving progress that benefits all. Thank you. Very much, ma'am. Congratulations. We still have Doctor there, and the next award will be to the National Center for Technology Management as the most outstanding skills and capacity development MDA.
Just while NASETEM comes forward, we want to enjoy the members of the Nigerian Customs Service. Please don't step out just yet. We would like to take a group photograph of all the awardees. Thank you so much.
All right, so
NASETEM is the National Center for Technology Management, with its headquarters at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State, Southwest Nigeria, Africa, and in the globe. The current Director General, Dr. Oloshola, has in the last 1 year brought in indeed very much game-changing innovation into the skill acquisition drive, which is the mandate of the agency. And within the last 1 year, a number of Nigerian youths have been trained in digital capacity and global certification in different aspects of skill development. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me put your hands together for the Director General, Dr. Oloshola.
A round of applause for him.
Please put your hands together for him. The suspense was good for us.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much. All right.
Hello, yeah. Keep it down. Thank you very much again. On behalf of the organizers, I present this to you. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations. All right, thank you very much, Moji. Could you please escort Daddy back to his seat while we call on Chief Mike Ozekome, ably represented here, for the our most distinguished human rights advocate.
Ladies and gentlemen, we of course know Chief Mike Ozekome, PhD. Chief Mike Ozekome is a holder of 2 national honors. He is an officer of the Federal Republic and a commander of the Order of the Niger. He is the voice of the downtrodden and the masses. He is indeed a very well-learned personality. And ladies and gentlemen, Chief Mike Ozekome is also a traditional title holder, the Akpakpa Vigi Vigi of Weparano Kingdom in Edo State, Nigeria. He's a legal luminary of no mean standing. And ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the head of the deputy chamber who is standing in for his father, Barrister Osilama Ozekome. Please put your hands together for him.
Hello. Okay, hello once again. This is a good one. On behalf of the organizers, Digivation Future Summit, I present this to you. Thank you very much and congratulations.
All right, Prof, you have one more to go. Not you, not you. Thank you very much. Yes, the last before we allow you to go sit down is from the state that has been so magnanimous today to invite all of us there. They're able and capable of taking care of us. The Nasarawa state government, a state of solid minerals, a state with all of the bragging rights today that have made me to doubt my existence or stay in Lagos State. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage for the award of the best in social welfare, enterprise, and innovation for development, Nasarawa State.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is something that is very disruptive about the political setting in Nasarawa State. Nasarawa State is so uniquely located in the Nigerian geography that it is very much in proxy to the Federal Capital Territory. From Nasarawa State, you have the shortest distance to any other state across the Federation because of its unique location. Nasarawa is one of the most naturally endowed states with a plethora of mineral and natural resources. Now, the governor at the helm of affairs has been committed to exploring the potentials of the state and has been attracting a huge level of foreign direct investment. Don't ask me if I'm an employee of Nasarawa State. The state is christened the home of solid minerals. And in the last 1 year, Nasarawa State has brought in a very massive company for the exploration and processing of lithium. If you don't know what it means, please Google. It's a very vital mineral that is important to human race. And ladies and gentlemen, to receive this award on behalf of His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, a renowned petroleum engineer, a private sector person, and a political heavyweight within the Nigerian polity, we are presenting the best state in social welfare, enterprise, and innovation for development. It will be received on behalf of the governor by the Director of Strategic Communications and Event Management, a media personnel par excellence, Mr. Yakubu Lamar.
Thank you very much. Just for you forgot that Nasarawa State is now one of the oil producing states. Yeah. Anyway, congratulations to Nasarawa State.
Sorry, Doctor, please, sorry to interject you. This award, I'm told by the organizing committee, is too heavy to be presented by just one person. So we are inviting the representative of the Comptroller General of Customs to please join. we are inviting the Executive Secretary of NICO to please join. We are inviting the Director General of NASETEM to please join in presenting this award. Thank you so much. Yes, please, DG of
Hello, sir. Okay.
of NASETEM and the
Okay.
Executive Secretary of NICO to please join. Thank you so
be at
much,
the
sir.
middle.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
yes,
recipient
yes,
at the middle will be supported by distinguished gentlemen and officer. Sorry, hold on for the Executive Secretary of NICO. All right.
Okay. Here we go. On behalf of the organizers, Digivation Future Summit, I congratulate Nasarawa State. Thank you very much.
Okay, can we please point to the award? Yes, as His Excellency receives it. Congratulations to Nasarawa State. Otumba, please, you stay back, sir. The Oracle has selected you to stay back, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. All right,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, we invite His Excellency, the Governor of Nasarawa State Representative, to please come forward to present the award to the Executive Secretary of NICO, Otumba Abiodun Ajiboye. For many of us who don't know him, he is himself a very key player in the formative stage of the development of the digital space that we are enjoying today. Otumba Abiodun Ajiboye was the organizer of one of the biggest industry awards within the ICT ecosystem, and he has been within the political space. He was strategic in the communication process that brought in the renewed hope agenda. If you cite Otumba Ajiboye from a distance, you may just undermine his personality, but he's a man of deep conviction, and if you listen to him, you just would want to continue listening and listening. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a big congratulations to the Executive Secretary of NICO, Otumba Abiodun Ajiboye, as he receives the award.
It's my singular honor and pleasure to give this award to an icon of culture, a man who personifies unwavering commitment to the rich mosaic of our country and our culture and our identity and values, a man who we all see culture at a glance. Otumba Abiodun Ajiboye. Sir, congratulations.
congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
All right, and we're looking forward to that festival that you spoke to us about. We're all ready. If I would not be jackpine. Congratulations. Up next is the most distinguished MDA in digital transformation, and it will be presented to the National Information Technology Development Agency, DG, ably represented this evening by Dr. Engineer Mrs. Jimo Falilat O. A round of applause for her. She comes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the singular honor of the DG that is most appointed by any government in Nigeria falls on the shoulders of Malam Kashifu Inoa, who has on record been appointed 3 times, even though he's serving his second tenure. He was first made the Director General of the agency under the leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari. His tenure was renewed afterwards before the president left office, and he was reappointed again as an affirmation under the president of Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and he is in history the youngest Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency. Please, they are receiving the Revered Award of the Most Distinguished MDA in Digital Transformation.
Can we applaud them?
It's thank you. So can I introduce them now? Thank you, Mr. DJ. It's my singular honor and privilege to give this award to the Director General of NIDA, Madam Inua Kashifu Inua. Very vibrant, forward-looking, insightful, intellectually resonant, and one who indeed is not just internet savvy, but one who is at peace with the fastest rising technology, and he's personifying it. So congratulations for work done and work being done and work to be done.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
All right. We want to allow him to go to his seat. Thank you very much, sir. I was small, and now I'm getting old, and it's reason to get old. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Yemi Sholade, I'm adding Otumba to his name. Let me tell you something that is very unique about this young old man. Oh, sorry, old young man. Oh, sorry, young
old man.
Elder, sorry. Let's leave the age qualification.
Old Gen Z.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of us who haven't was, Great Yemi has 3 master's degrees. He has a master's degree in sociology, a master's degree in public administration, and a master's degree in international relations. Please put your hands together for Great Yemi. He has 2 bachelor's degrees. Ladies and gentlemen, Great Yemi was first admitted into the Obafemi Awolowo University to study law. And afterwards, because of his passion for the creative industry, he switched on under the leadership of Professor Wole Soyinka, where he majored in theater arts from the Obafemi Awolowo University. Please put your hands together for him. If I were to do a Hall of Famer in Nollywood, I wouldn't have the hesitation to induct him once, induct him a second time, induct him a third time, and for 7 times I would induct him into the Hall of Fame.
A little wonder we have a fellow barrister presenting the award to him.
Indeed. And
a round of applause for him.
He is receiving the award of the icon of digital and creative economy.
A round of applause for him.
May I appeal to Otumba Biodun Ajiboye to please join this so that constituency will be well and fully represented. VIPs to dance yet, sir. Just match break.
All right, please.
It's always a pleasure to meet a role model. I grew up watching him and reading about him. In fact, to show you how much I've actually followed his life, he has 3 master's degree, and currently I only have 2. So I need to go back to school to ensure I get the 3rd one so that I can be more like him. So on behalf of Digivation, I would like to present to you this award for the icon of cultural expression in a digital age. Congratulations, sir.
right, a round of applause for him as he goes back. Thank you very much, sir, and keep doing us proud. A round of applause for the old Gen Z. Thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. Up next is an award presented to NIMSI. Yes, we've spoken about a lot about what NIMSI is doing and how they are revolutionizing, identity management in this country. And today they've been honored with the award of the most outstanding MDA in innovation user experience. And who is going to collect it on their behalf?
The person who has the honor of collecting this award, ladies and gentlemen, I will not reveal too much, but if you are looking for a contract at NIMSI, if you don't get Madam Ewok, you will wait forever.
Yeah, on a long time.
And ladies and gentlemen, there's something about NIMSI under the leadership of the Director General, vibrant engineer Abisoye Odushote Koka. She's introduced a whole lot of innovation to data management and, of course, identity process in Nigeria. Let me also tell you that within the last 1 year, previously, you would go to NIMSI offices across the nation. You probably have to queue endlessly. Now, let me give you a word for free. If after today, you go to NIMSI office for any reason and somebody is not answering you, I will give you the number of Madam Ewok. She will give you the number of the Director General. We will not announce it in public here. NIMSI introduced a very wonderful solution that is referred to as the self-service experience. If you want to make a modification to your information, your age, your name, your state of origin, or you even want to modify your sex, maybe male or female, you want to change it, you can do self-service without going to NIMSI. Please, let's put our hands together for NIMSI.
A round of applause. And so today, they have been honored with that award and will be presented by a barrister. A round of applause for NIMSI, please. Most outstanding MBA in innovation and user experience.
Please put your hands together for NIMSI.
As God always works, I've been looking for a job at NIMSIC. I'm tired of being a lawyer. So what I'll do is I'll go there and ask for Madam Ewok. So it's my privilege and my honor to present this award of the most outstanding MDA in innovation user experience to the National Identity Management Commission represented by Madam Ewok. Congratulations, ma'am.
Adamu Tutua, as the Woman of Excellence in Innovation Policy Implementation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mrs. Jumai Adamu Tutua is ably represented by a perfect gentleman whose height is just marginally more than mine, Dr. Timothy Ajayi. Please put your hands together for him. I don't know why Great Yemi is laughing. I said his height is marginally more than mine. All right. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the DG of FIRO is receiving Woman of Excellence in Innovation and Policy Implementation. She's the only woman Director General who is receiving this award for innovation and policy implementation. Congratulations.
It's always good to recognize the importance and the role that women play in our society and in the development. So it is my honor and privilege to present this award of Woman of Excellence in Innovation Policy Implementation to Dr. Jumai Adamu Tutua. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you would recognize that we have been given one monotonous plaque as the award sheet for previous awardees. This is because the award plaques just arrived this venue. And let me tell you, the reason for the delay of the arrival of the award plaque was simply because three important personalities needed to affix their signature. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the President of the United States of America, and of course, the President of Russia. Don't ask me where they signed. The awards have been endorsed by these three powerful presidents, and they have arrived here live. So all the awardees, we would call you forward to have your plaques. But before we do that, we have the honor of inviting a leading fintech organization, that is Express Payment Solutions.
As the most transformative digital payments platform. A round of applause for Express Solutions.
A round of applause
Can
for
we have the
Express
representative?
Payment? Yes, please come forward.
As soon as that is done, every other awardee for tonight will be coming up stage with the original plaque.
Indeed, the original plaque that has been endorsed by three of the most powerful presidents in the world.
Interesting. Were you part of those that waved the Russian flag?
No. I don't know the color of Russian flag.
But you know Putin.
I used to hear that name.
The Lord is your strength. So please.
It is my most esteemed honor and privilege to present the award of
the development of our nation.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Digivation Network team, starting from Dr. Bayera Gabi, the president, Mr. Hilary Damisa, the coordinator, and my other team members, the media guys, the content guys, the researchers. Thank you so much. We, the team, would like to express our huge thanks, our gratitude, our appreciation to our guests, our keynote speakers, our special guests, and also our honorable, Thank you very much, everyone. They say time is the most valuable thing you have. Time is the most precious thing you could have. Each and every one of you have taken your time to spend it with us today to celebrate innovation in Nigeria, to celebrate the future of Nigeria economy, of how Nigeria can reposition itself in the future and also in the global technology stage. We would like, on behalf of the team, I would like to say congratulations to all the awardees. Keep up the good work. Please keep it up. Because this recognition simply means, please do more. We are looking at you, we are watching you, but we know you can. That is why these awards are just to express our anticipation for your future.
Please be mindful of your valuables.
So, thank you all for coming. We appreciate everyone. The media team, thank you. And also, Mitra, thank you so much. The pressmen and ladies, thank you. And also the government officials around, the top dignitaries around, still by this time, thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you and have a safe ride to your various destinations.
As a government and as initiatives that will drive us into the next economy that will be very, very sustainable, sustainably so. And in terms of innovation, and the kind of innovation we have today, they're working. But if we do not refine them in such a way that they will withstand the future economy, they become just lame dog that we really cannot use for anything. And that is why we say, let us take a look at the innovations that we have today, how we can refine them, maybe improve on them, or create new ones that make Nigeria's economy a sustainable economy. Then the other one, which is the future economy, is a fusion of so many things. So if I call it, it's a merger of so many things that you cannot say this is agri-economy or banking services standing alone, but all of them have fused with the coming of technology. So technology is driving banking, is driving agriculture, is driving food processing, is driving even fashion and entertainment, where we now have a creative economy. So that's why it's standing on those three, broad areas.
Now, would you say the government is?
Yeah, so as you rightly mentioned, the way to measure growth for Nigeria is with the human capital. And we've seen across the different demographies, the ones that have the potential to grow the economy are the youth. The problem that we have is the growing the economy coming from the perspective of youth is that they don't have the enabling environment. And because of that, they would find greener pastures somewhere else because they are selfish and they want to take care of themselves because it's a person who has invested in himself that can invest in the country. So where he does not see an enabling environment for him to grow, he will look for greener pasture elsewhere. And so, I mean, that's the part where there has to be talked about public-private partnerships in regard to harness the strength of youth, create this enabling environment. There may not be enabling environment created by the public sector, but the private sector can come in within different industries. We begin to create lots of initiatives that youth can begin to participate in. The more they actively participate in some of these initiatives, programs, the more they see themselves as necessary enablers for the growth of the economy, and the lesser they see the need for them to go elsewhere to seek greener pastures. So human investment in the humans, especially with the youth demography we have in our country, is really, really critical because they are the next the next key for growth within the next 10, 20 years as Nigeria grows.
So my expectations were that we were going to talk about the innovation ecosystem and the future economy in Nigeria. So yes, my expectations have been met so far.
I came here to learn about the future economy actually. I had a very raw idea of what it should be. Coming from the culture sector myself, I'm a creative mind. Yes, I've listened to some speakers hit the nail on the head. They press the right button, the green ones. And they've challenged our minds, actually, as I sat down and I watched them talk. We talked about government policies on different spheres of life. No, my own sector, which is the culture one, I've said it oftentimes that government has no policies for culture in Nigeria. But then for technology, the economy itself, well, there have been policies, good, bad, the ugly. Some have worked, some have not. Some are still being tried, and some are crippling. All right, and then for the media, obviously, even the blind can see, hear, miraculously that the media has grown in Nigeria. It's been unbundled. And we have different types of media these days, from the traditional to the conventional, and now to the modern. Now, well, internet has helped a great deal. Everyone is more or less a media person. Once you have your phone, your cell phone, then you can hit the whole world. So it makes it a lot easier for news to travel, for content to be transported. So media does a lot. Nigerians, because of our population, so we can imagine the amount of content of imports that we get and then the exports that we do. So media is helping everyone these days. It's helping my sector, filmmaking. You don't need those days of manual marketing is fast eroded. You can make your movies now and then market it yourself, distribute almost yourself, through media, and then technology is there, the veritable tool. So it's all welcome, and it's still growing, it's still evolving, and we're having more internet.
People learn now with interest, so we have to make education interesting. We have to stop making education hard. We have to stop making education hard. We have to make people want to learn. And the only way they will want to learn is if you make it easy for them to learn. They will still do the work, but show them the value, show them why they should learn, show them something they are interested in. I have a son. So as far as regulations are concerned, Nigeria is even, for me, over-regulated. But there are parts of technology that needs to be regulated, things like artificial intelligence, things like cybersecurity, how to tighten the regulations to be more modern. But as far as laws are concerned, they are laws. People should go and read the Constitution.
I think I've been privileged to be a part of Digivation. This is the third time, actually. I attended the last two editions, and there's actually been huge improvement. But essentially, every time I attend the Digivation Summit and awards ceremony, what actually happens is I get to discover very unraveling, very new, very startling, and very illuminating knowledge about our country, and of course about the future as well, especially since Digivation is anchored on technology and ICT. So because we live today in the world of point-and-click intelligence, which has to do with the drive for technology, digitization, ICT, then Digivation becomes something that's a cornerstone and a spine of not just the way we think as a country, but also the way we evolve, as people who can harness, the very best of technology. So this particular summit, the one that has to do with innovation and governance, and the way and all of the issues that actually have been brought to the front burner. Again, there's been an unraveling of new knowledge about it, especially as regards how do we, harness the social media and internet and artificial intelligence. And we've seen all sides of it, the positive, the negative. And I think taken from Dr. Umarin's paper, she simply said that, look, AI, artificial intelligence, will not take your job if you know about artificial intelligence. But on the downside, and that was a point that was actually raised by Dr. Baira Gabi himself, we need to moderate the content we put out on social media, especially because we're a country of over 200 million people, and we're a rainbow community and a mosaic of different stories, different lifestyles, different identities. Now, what the social media, what internet, what new technology thrives on is what we feed it about the reality of our lives. So, like the Director General, of NICO was saying, we need to understand who we are. The culture of our identity, our history, so we don't exist in a vacuum. And then the subject matter we put out would be one that will be resonant and something that can actually teach ourselves, our people, more about ourselves and about where we are coming from and possibly where we would like to take our country and our people to. So I think for me, it's a well-rounded summit as usual. It looks at all facets of, technology and the best way to use it without harming yourself while you're using it.
This is Digivation Network.